Check 1, 2, check. Open the casino. Get right into it this morning. Happy Mopex. Got a minute left until the market opens there. I was trying to set the tone here. Hold on. My voice is kind of trashed today. This week has been a lot of talking. 413.91 is the pivot this morning. For 17.18. Well, let's move some of this up. 1, 2, 3. For 19.13. Oof. R2. R3. 422.40. Oof. Way up there. Haven't seen this one in a while. 422.40. Woo-hoo! 422.40 is R3. To be a bear, it's not easy. To pay a sub-seller, it's not easy. 411.96. I guess that trade always works out eventually, right? It's not like you can't get that trade. It's a matter of time, right? It's always a matter of time. 408.69. If I say it enough, it'll eventually be right. 406.74. Happy Mopex, everybody. It's end of month. Not, it's not the end of the month, but It's MOPEX 2 quarters, or excuse me, 2 months of this quarter down. Congratulations if you're still out there and you haven't been blown out of this market yet. Move that over there. We'll check on the hourly and daily trigger for this morning. Have a little bit of a crossover this morning. This is the 5-minute chart. Not going to expect too much today. Crazy selling, crazy buying, that kind of stuff. It's OPEX today, if you didn't know. I think it is. I get a little bit of a bear flag here. Or not bear flag, but bear cross on a 5-minute here. Right there forming. Let's see if it tees off and starts to come down. We do have a pre-market low of 414.32. Below that, if we erase all this down here, your S1 is below at 411.97. There's also another little right there. We still have a bunch of, well, not a bunch, but see if we can look at it here. Check these previous highs. Yeah, that's previous high right there. Top of the world. This is May 4th. Going all the way back to May 4th right there. This is October or August right here. Slap one of these bad boys in there. Bam. 431. So you can see it here. It's 8/16, excuse me. August 16th. 431.64. Do we get there? I don't know. There it is right there, 431. Do I think we get there right now? Probably not. Am I on that trade to get there? Hell yes, I am. I'm expressing it through IWM, not through the SPY. The fly in the ointment for me is small caps. Well, I'm assuming that you look at small caps and you know that it's on the cusp of a crash, right? Or it looks like it is. I think there's an apparent. I think we all know that, right? We all look at it and we're like, man, small caps is about to crash to the depths of hell. I'm assuming that the Fed is looking at that as well.
So oil futures extend losses. Brent crude down by $1 a barrel now.
Still haven't had that fill yet, Winky, on those oil calls. 1406. Damn, that hourly just came right up, didn't it? Hourly triggers at 414.06 at this point. Talk about the staircasing up of the market. Daily trigger is up again today as well. 1071. Man. Basically right here. Good morning. How y'all doing out there? Winky's saying buying Boyle.
So seeing Europe gas prices fall below 30 euros. That's the first time this has happened since June of 2021.
Morning, how y'all doing? Superman, Manybody, good morning, how are you? Jared, good morning, how are you? Yeah, starting now, only members of this channel can chat. Yep. Good morning, how are you, where we roam? Salute to you as well, Steve. What are the books behind me? This one right here, this is The Education of a Speculator. This is my man here, Victor Niederhofer. He's actually got a son, too. I don't know if his son is still a trader. But his son is still active. You can actually find him on... Vic is still alive. He's an older guy. He's on FinTwit. You can actually find him. He still watches the market to this day, and he'll pop on FinTwit every once in a while and make notes about the market, where it's at. Usually quite insightful, believe it or not, even at his age. He's won it all and lost it all many times. So that's Victor Niederhofer. This one right here, this is Models of Adaptive Behavior, an approach based on state. This is from Alistair I. Houston and John McNamara. Now, these guys, so back in the 70s and 90s, there were language models being thought out. Here, so this one's pretty fascinating. This one, I think this book costs a couple $100. I can't remember. Look this one up. Models of Adaptive Behavior. This is a rare one. This one's hard to find. The models of adaptive behavior. So you get on the rabbit hole and you find out that in the so there was like a rise in the 70s and 90s of language pathways for people that have disabilities, so they can communicate. And these pathways turned into or have progressed to a point where they've been rolled into modern predictive models in the stock market, algorithms, things like that, right? How do you communicate? How do you tell? How do you like get this information and bridge to, I don't know, an answer in the stock market? Excuse me. So what you get is like we had like the rise of indicators back in the 1990s, believe it or not. Well, not believe it or not, but that's what happened, right? Back in the 1990s, you had people selling, believe it or not, they're like selling like EMAs and shit. And that one guy's very smart, right? He's the older guy now, but let's see if I can look that book up. I think that book's very expensive. I could be wrong. Very dry stuff. Let's see if I can find this. Yeah, it costs $100 for that book. Now they got it on paperback for $28 to $98. Hardcover, $74 to $168. Matter of fact, if you're a smart person out there, so I read this stuff like white papers and all this crap from back in the day. If you're interested in this stuff that I'm talking about, Winky, how about this? Is there a way to do a gift for subscribers and members, and I will mail this book out to them? If somebody's interested in reading this book, I'd be willing to send it to them. We have Hedge Fund Market Wizards. This one right here. Now, I had not read this book. And this was recommended to me from, I believe, Vol Wizard, or possibly, this could have been, I think this was Jedi Marcus recommended this book to me. Hedge Fund Market Wizards. And that book was recommended to me as we turned the corner in October and December of this year specifically. The book was recommended to me because if we were going to make a turn in the market, this book specifically discusses it. It discusses the rise of hedge funds, the role of a hedge fund. It discusses basically if you're smart, right? If you're a trader, professional trader, and you can't put risk on in a large institution, but let's say you work for a large institution, you'll make your bones, right? Make your bones in your profession, let's say with a JPM, and you want to put some risk on. So I then exit that company and put some risk into the market. And because I have connections with these large institutions, I can get funding, basically, to put risk into the market, especially when the market is volatile, on lows, things like that. And these hedge fund, the rise of hedge funds, you want to look for their money when they're entering the market. So if you're looking for a major bottom in the market, you're going to look for, are the hedge funds front running? As a matter of fact, the tickers that we pick on this show, when I show you guys tickers on this show and I say, here's ticker A to look at, XYZ, for your consideration, we are seeking out companies that have IPO'd in the last 3 years, companies that we think through analysis are being front run and priced by hedge funds. And so we're looking for the signs that they're there, right? We're looking for signs that some very smart people are looking at publicly traded companies that are new, that have fallen off the radar of everybody else. You know, everybody's pointing fingers, right? Market crash, or even just this week. Let's say we were down. Let's say this week we were down and we're all pointing fingers at Chegg, or we're all pointing fingers saying crash, crash, crash on these on the SPX, let's say. And meanwhile, there's a few companies in the background that aren't following that pattern, right? There's a few companies in the background that are still rising or holding. We need them to meet specific criteria, and then also not be selling with the market at large. And while we're all pointing fingers over there going, look, market crash, these little companies are just rising in the background. And the general public aren't looking at them, right? And these companies, though, are being front ran by hedge funds. And then eventually this company goes from, I don't know, $5, and then it's up at 70. And then it's at 100, and then it gets on the radar of Wall Street Bets. Wall Street Bets is like, woo! It's the new meme stock. Look at it. It's going to go to the moon. Then it goes like 150, $300. And then they start selling into you. We're trying to find these companies when they're $5, $10, $30, $50, that kind of stuff. Hedge Fund Market Wizard. It's a good one. It's a good book. And the last one sitting here. I've got a bunch on a shelf back here. I don't know if you can see them, but this one's this one's good. Financial Markets and Institutions. This book right here. Some of you might know this book. Most of you probably don't. This is a dry book. This is an actual this is like a textbook. So I didn't go to school for finance. I went to school for business. No one's ever asked. I don't think anyone in the program has ever asked me what I went to school for. But I went to school for business, and I didn't get a finance degree. So I'm like, well, I should educate myself like I got a finance degree, right? At least if I'm not a finance bro, I got to try to at least learn how to be a finance bro. So I spent a lot of time actually reading that book so to have a base understanding of finance. And the stock market, and the bond market, and the Fed, and
top of the hour.
Treasury, all these different concepts that you kind of have to know. You have to, like, if you're going to be a finance bro, you kind of have to know this stuff.
Range of 4.5 to 4.05 million expected. The existing home sales change forecast of minus 3.2% from the prior minus 2.4%. We also see the US leading index change month over month. Forecast minus 0.6%, prior minus 1.2%. Keep in mind at the top of the hour, also expecting the Bank of Canada financial system review as well. And we're also getting more comments from Fed's Logan as well. He's speaking at the Texas Bankers Association convention, followed by a moderated Q&A. So again, text is expected for this as
So sorry, I wouldn't let that guy talk. So you know,
TickStrike allows you to actually.
I guess what my point here is, like, you got to continue to read, right? And you have to continue to educate yourself. If anyone's interested in that one book, right? It's a great read. I don't know if Winky, if we can figure out a way to give that book away, maybe have a contest today, and then whoever wins, if they send me their address, I'll mail it out to them. It's a good book. It's dry reading, but it opens a lot of. That's actually a bigger conversation. That book right there brings us into fractal models, Elliott wave in some ways. It's not quite related, but it is kind of related to it. Where did I go to college? I'm not going to tell you which college I went to, but I started at a very small. I have a great university story. So I wasn't a great soccer player, but I was pretty good. And there was a very small sub Ivy League school that was starting a soccer program, and they needed male soccer players. So I was accepted on an academic scholarship at a D2 soccer school. And they claimed I was smart, but I wasn't. It was mostly so I could play soccer at that school. And then I was in the Army at the time, so as I traveled, I had to switch schools, and then I went to the UCLA system. I'm gonna finish up. Good question. Yeah, no, it was not ITT Tech. No. This was on we played like Brown and Keene State and universities like that. So it'd be like the Keene State, Brown University, a couple other schools. This was in New England. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Victor. People are like, fuck that guy. He lost everything. I like him. Or I like his moxie, I should say. I'm not a fan of LA Wave either. I'll be honest with you. Or there's a lot of eraser using with Elliott Wave. Right, I agree with that. But people do trade to it. I mean, it's weird. Like, people trade to. One fascinating thing is people trade. So, where it's like, I don't agree oftentimes with like a channel, let's say, right? Or a bull wedge. I don't know, expanding megaphone, all that kind of stuff. I don't agree with it, but people trade to it. Does it make sense? Financial institutions as well will trade to specific numbers, and their signposts to expect at least a reaction, right? When Tesla went up to 220, I think it was like 217 or so, or is coming into 220. On this show, we were like, hey, there's resistance at 220. We can go up there, but we know that people are going to take profit there. We know that sellers will step in there, and likely they'll come in early.
We're now 5 minutes away from the top of the hour, where we do see the release of the US existing home sales for April. Forecast 4.3 million, prior 4.44 million, with a range of 4.5 to 4.05 million expected. And the existing home sales change, forecast minus 3.2%, prior minus 2.4%. And the US leading index change, month over month, forecast is minus 0.6% on the prior of minus 1.2%. Keep in mind at the top of the hour, just under 5 minutes time now again, we are expecting comments from Fed's Logan, who gives a speech followed by a moderated Q&A at the Texas Bankers Association annual convention in San Antonio, Texas. So text is also expected for Fed's Logan, just under 5 minutes now. We would also see the release of the Bank of Canada Financial System Review at the top of the hour as well.
So even if you're not a practitioner of Elliott Wave, you should be aware of it, right? We also know that Fibonacci extension level, like Fib extensions, fib retracements. We know that all this stuff is.
So just to make our users aware, I have posted out the registration link to Fed's Logan's speech on the website for those interested. So just keep in mind you do need to make an account with the website provided here, and in order to get the registration link.
We know that people trade VWAP, right? We know that people trade. You see them all the time on FinTwit. People be like, "Hey, we're oversold. Hey, we're overbought." They'll say we're at VWAP right now, and people trade to that, right? Whether it's real or holds or doesn't hold, those are still good signposts for expect buyers, expect sellers. Yeah, exactly, Onion Hands. Yeah, I like Malcolm Gladwell. I like him a lot. Twilight fan fiction. A good getting started trading trader book. Oh boy. You probably don't want me to recommend books to you for the first book. Probably Reminiscences of a Stock Operator would be the first one. We should probably get other people to comment on this. Probably the first one. I would read that one. There's probably better ones, but Reminiscences of a Stock Operator would be number one. I would start there. Any of these books by these Jack Schwager books are also a good bet. Those are also a good bet. If you read those books, they're important to read. That's a loaded. Yeah, it does depend on your trading style. There's a litany of them. I've got a bunch of them on the shelf over here that I've read, but what I would say is start anywhere and don't stop reading. Just read over time. Mostly trading books to me have been enlightening in a sense of, oh, I'm not the only one. Right? I don't know if that's like a quote or like an air quote, like I'm not the only one that thinks this, or I've been through that. It's good to see someone else wrote this down. That's a great one. Trade Your Way to Financial Freedom is a good book. Trading in the Zone is a great book as well. You guys are putting some great books in there. Mastering the Trade is a great book. Those are all great books you guys are posting right now. Yeah, Wyckoff Methodology. I actually have that book on my shelf over there. I got that book over there.
8 million, 4 spot 2.8 million, lower than forecast 4 spot 3 million. Existing home sales change minus 3 spot 4%, minus 3 spot 4%, lower than forecast minus 3 spot 1.5%.
You definitely need to understand the concept of accumulation and distribution.
Comments coming through now. So seeing the Bank of Canada comments here, Bank of Canada review, overall Canadian banking system remains robust. Market participants continue to express confidence in Canadian financial system, including in the banking sector. If a market-wide liquidity crunch were to occur, the bank could provide liquidity to Canadian financial systems through various facilities.
Did you get you got clapped with ads? Let me check right now.
The Bank of Canada review adds the reliance of large Canadian banks on wholesale funding makes them vulnerable to deteriorating conditions in global financial markets, and says over the past year, home buyers have increased reliance on credit card debt.
Content.
Does add that a larger proportion are carrying outstanding balance and carrying over higher average amounts as well. So Bank of Canada review adds that median debt to service ratio on the new mortgages rose to more than 19% in 2022. That's up from 16%. A share of mortgages debt service ratio of more than 25% rose to 29% from 12% in the same period. So share of new mortgages with an amortization period longer than 25 years rose to 46% from 41% over 2022. In 2019, the share was 34%. So it does say the recent US-Swiss banking strains show that risks can emerge and spread quickly. Participants, regulators, and central banks need to be more vigilant.
So I just checked my ads. I had clicked automatically place mid-roll ads during your stream. I unclicked that just now.
Households are proving resilient to higher debt servicing costs. Some signs of financial stress are starting to appear, particularly among recent home buyers. So Canada is more concerned than it was last year about the ability of households to service their debt.
And then I unclicked non-skippable ads. The only thing that I have clicked right now as highlighted is skippable ads. So you should be able to click and just click no. I don't want to watch this.
Renewed. So again, we didn't see any.
See if that works.
Text release from Fed's Logan at the top of the hour there, just keeping our eyes out.
FX retracer, let me know if you get any ads today that you can't click through. You shouldn't be getting ads either.
On the feed for those interested.
Yeah, Netflix is coming into resistance right now. Let's take a look at Netflix real quick. Netflix coming trading right into its monthly. Teeing right off into its monthly right now. 361.42.
Sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Yeehaw, baby. 361.92 right now. Woo. Yeah, the ads should be so if you're a member, you should not get ads. So I just clicked I just adjusted it right now. If you see another ad that you can't click out of, or if you see them as a member, you shouldn't see ads. Yeah, initial jobless claims this morning was 242,000. Forecast was 252,000. Previously, 264,000. Logan this morning said data at this time do not support delaying rate increases. The data points so far don't justify skipping a rate hike in June. Logan also saying current data does not justify pausing rate hikes yet. That was on CNBC. The evidence in upcoming weeks may still demonstrate that skipping a meeting is acceptable, yet as of right now, we haven't arrived. Inflation is too high and it's critical to restore price stability. He also says the
in India PM Modi's second term, according to sources.
He also says the Fed has not yet made the progress we need on inflation. He also says I'm still concerned whether inflation is falling fast enough. The Fed swaps upgrade June rate hike odds to 40%. Fed funds rate is 5.08% May 17th versus 5.08 May 16th. Jefferson also said this morning, it is hard to say how much bank stress will curb credit. I intend to consider uncertainty about tighter lending. Inflation is too high and progress has been slowing. 1 year isn't long enough to feel the policy effects. Demand has clearly begun to feel the effects of hikes. core services inflation, excluding housing, is stubbornly high. He also said the evidence so far points to only a modest incremental tightening of credit conditions due to recent bank stress. And then he said that monetary policy should be forward-looking. Market squeezing higher now, trading 415.54. We'll see if we can get a test here on this 5-minute 27 EMA. Congratulations out there. My question to you this morning. We're 15. I'm going to adjust the CMA. My question to you this morning is, a second here. So just be aware out there, right? We are topping right now on the SPY. The hourly is getting to an overbought level. I want you to look towards May 5th. As a prior example of about where we are on the SPY. Squeezing higher now, 415.72. My question to you, I have a question that has remained unanswered. I'm assuming that my answer is the quietness on FinTwit this morning. The S&P 500 is trading 415.63 currently. Beartown is quiet this morning. I'm sure they will have their revenge. And I'm not talking about retail traders. You know who I'm talking about. Talking about the narrative. Who creates the narrative? Who pushes the narrative? Who sells the narrative? And then you consume the narrative. And then you also point to the narrative creators and sellers and you say, that guy over there has 1 million subs. He must know what he's doing. That guy over there doesn't know what he's doing. He knows how to sell subs. That guy comes back to you when he's right and says, look, I was right. But they don't tell you their positions before, do they? You'll never, ever find those subsellers telling you, I am short, I am long, ever. They can't be right. They can only sell you a narrative. Can't be wrong. They can't. They can't risk it. The idea is to create churn. The idea is to feed into your fear. I was talking with Winky once, and I was like, man, you can see exactly what they do. We could probably, if we wanted to, I'm never going to do this, but what do? You look at a company that is gets torn to pieces, and you start covering it.
Twitter, so
you already know there's bag holders out there. Then you feed into their emotions.
Needs to be on the floor next week. Says we're not there, but I see the path.
Bull plane forming on SPY right now. I'm not going to say specifically, but sometimes I was speaking to a buddy last night, a very close friend, and I was like, man, I wonder if they're front-running their own positions. Like, why not just sell subs? Like, we'll sell subs and we'll front-run positions through our what we say. Good morning, Damien. I woke up this morning, I'm looking on FinTwit, I'm like, ooh, it's quiet out there this morning. They're eventually going to be right. We'll get a roll. I know we're getting a roll, but... I guess if you say it long enough, I was looking at a YouTube video last night that I'm not going to name a name either, but it's like there's a YouTube video maker, and it's like every single video is a market set up for crash, like every single one. I'm not talking about Maven, or what's his name, Maverick of Wall Street. I think he's great. He's a great bear, by the way. I like his shows. But there's one guy out there, it's like every day, it's like tomorrow is the day. And I'm like, oh man, come on, bro. Eventually you'll be right. No, not Ron Walker. He's great though too. I don't know why he's always in my feed. I don't know why he's in my feed either. I don't mind Ron Walker either. I think he's pretty good. I haven't watched his videos in a long time, but I think everybody's gone through and watched his videos at one point or another. He's got some great little headlines. I'm not gonna name names, but there's one specific, like he's got like 100,000 people watch his videos every day, every couple days. I don't think it makes them every day, but when he does, they're kind of hilarious to watch. Yeah, Damien, I agree with that, Damien. I mean, I don't see why. I think we get a roll. It's either 420 or 430, somewhere in there. When it happens, it's like what the Bears say, right? Could happen Tuesday, could happen Wednesday, could happen Friday, could happen Monday, could happen after the 1st. I think it's sometime after there, man. I'm in agreement with you. It's like probably June 2nd or something like that. Somewhere in there. Yeah, I like Maverick. I like him. I like his I always wanted to ask him. I've never talked to him or anything in real life, but I've always wanted to ask him. Squeezing higher now, trading 416.12. Going up to tag the pre-market high at 416.52.
So taking a look now to the Fear and Greed Index, 63 out of 100 indicating greed, while the Crypto Fear and Greed Index is 51 out of 100, which indicates neutral.
Watch that little supply zone right there just below me here so you can see it.
So also noting the S&P 500 here has erased its declines, now up spot 2% on the session. A dollar still rising up around spot 5%.
Yeah, I don't actually particularly mind the spicy, the clickbait titles. I don't mind those too much. What I really mind is the narrative. I got a problem with the narrative, like the narrative that's pushed on FinTwit. Oh man.
So US House Speaker McCarthy says negotiating the scope of spending cut and debt ceiling lift.
Yeah, clickbait. I agree with that, Cavalier Surf. Clickbait degens load up on NVDA puts every day.
Says that China is gravely concerned about the recent sign of negative China-related developments at this G7 summit, and also urges Japan to stop interfering in China's internal affairs and stop suppressing China's economy and trade.
You know, that's a good point that you bring up, too. Trying to see if I can find a ticker that'll show this well. Let me see if I can find something in the background. So, first-time chatter, Cavalier Surf.
Tick strike allows you to
says clickbait degens load up on NVDA puts, NVDA puts every day. You know, there is a, and someone brought up a Wyckoff or Wyckoff earlier in the show, and truly, it's really weird. The market's kind of a weird thing. Like, I'm not particularly fond of catching knives. And of course, you'll find a lot of bulls try to catch knives, right?
McCarthy saying, I can see now where a deal can come together.
Which they shouldn't. It's easier for you to identify a stock that's being accumulated and follow that trend as a bull.
So in 10 minutes time now, we do get the EIA natural gas change forecast 109 BCF on the prior of 78 BCF.
So as an example, right? It's easier as a bull, easier to find a ticker that's being accumulated and to long it. A lot of bulls don't do that. They try to catch knives. They're like standing underneath a knife, and the knife just hits them right in the chest, and they're dead right in the ground, like a javelin hits them. Boom. Where a bull should be following trend up. With that statement, you'll find bears that are constantly calling the top on those tickers that are being accumulated. It's the top on NVIDIA. NVDA, it's top, it's top, it's top, it's top, it's top, it's top. And they're loud, man. Like these, like the same as a knife catcher being loud is the same person trying to call the top. Eventually they're going to be right. But the other 100 times they were dead wrong. And if you're actually a seller or a bear, you should not be trying to short NVIDIA. NVIDIA. You should be excuse me. You should be finding a stock that has already topped. You didn't have to call it. It has confirmed As a matter of fact, that red and white line, you can put that on a day chart. Just look at a one-day chart on individual tickers. And if you see price, if you've seen a bear plane on a higher time frame on that ticker, and it is confirmed that it's rolling over, prices below, you see the bear plane on a day chart, daily chart, and you see that the price has rolled under it. The bear plane has formed, and price has at least once rejected under that bear plane, that it should roll over for a period of time, weeks, months, a year. So a professional seller can make easy money instead of wasting your time trying to short NVIDIA. NVDA trading 310.28.
US House Speaker McCarthy says the House must vote next week to meet the default deadline.
I'm going to show you an example of this right now. Right there. It's the top, 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 it's the top. You know, the statement that eventually they'll be right is true. So, but let's look at the ticker. It just went up and 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 went up. So when I say to you on this stream, I don't believe these people. I don't fucking believe them. I don't fucking believe that they've been shorting the whole way up. Maybe intraday or in a weekly time. I mean, I get that they're shorting it for a brief moment down here. If you're doing that, I'm fine with that. But at the same time, when they're shorting this, they're also telling you it's going to crash, right? So I can believe that maybe you're shorting on a weekly or a day time basis. But is it going to crash? No, and it didn't, right? The easier trade as a bear
So 5 minutes away
is here.
EIA natural gas change. Forecast 109 BCF on the prior of 78 BCF.
You can see it right here. Price broke below. Confirmed the way was down. And you got the cross right here. Easy trade. Boom, boom, boom. Sell it down. Same thing right here, right? Easy trade. Crossover, down. Same thing over there. And right now, what are bears trying to do? Trying to call a top, trying to call a top, trying to call a top, trying to call a top. Not wise, right? $310, $300 right now. Wrecking ball. So many tickers. Thousands of tickers are right here. It's the easy trade. We're bearish on this ticker at this moment, right? Easy trade. Woohoo! 416.88, baby. $417 in the SPY.
So seeing the Nasdaq up 0.7%, S&P as well up 0.3%, Dow currently flat.
Yeah, you know what? I gave up. I was paying where we roam. I was paying. I think $700 a month. I was paying like. I think it was $600 or $700 a month for the total package, like between the indicator. So on Bookmap, I was paying for all. I think it was 2 or 3 feeds. I was paying for like the stock ticker feed and then the Globex feed. And then I paid for like this indicator and that indicator. I'm not going to name them here because people sell them. I gave up that plan. I didn't find it useful enough. So then I signed up for Thinkorswim, and they offer it as a part of what they do. So now I don't pay for it, and it gives me what I need, which is where supply and demand are. I'm feeling pretty smart for not buying a put yesterday. Yeah, so Tesla.
1 minute remaining till the EIA natural gas change.
Tesla just bounced off its daily and hourly trigger. Price is above the 1 and 5 minute. It bounced earlier this morning. It bounced at 10 o'clock. Off its daily. There's a 3 trigger cluster on the 1 and 5 minutes. Look for Tesla. The Tesla trade to the upside. It's alive as long as price stays above 174 currently.
$10 seconds.
That's weird. I'm getting it's saying my stream status is poor.
99 BCF, a draw on the forecast of 108 BCF, seeing a bit of upside movement in natural gas following that release there.
Yeah, so where we roam, I don't pay for a lot of stuff anymore. I used to pay for, well, I've paid for most services out there. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to buy this service and buy that service. I'm going to pay this Furu. I'm going to pay for that Discord, all that kind of stuff. I found that I found SPY with a new high trading 417.13 up to R1 right now. Two gaps above at 417.64 and 418.32. Woo! Top of the moon. Top of the world, SPY.
So we have also posted out the weekly EIA natural gas change report on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Uh, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh man. Leave no stop behind. Oh boy. Leave no stop behind.
Fed's bar says the Fed is weighing stricter liquidity rules after SVB.
Volwiz this morning saying that SPX straddle sellers already feeling the pain. Oh man, I'm reading FinTwit right now. Ghost town on FinTwit. Debt ceiling deal nearing. Could get done next week. Market popped on the news. Trading 417.53 right now. Relentless melt up in the stonk market. NASDAQ 100 climbs 1% to highest intraday since April 2022. Oh man, these are the days. I like being on. These are the days when I'm on FinTwit, rolling through Ghost Town on FinTwit today.
So, according to a statement, Uzbekistan's to ensure natural gas supply for China.
417.53, baby. Woo! Four 16s are at $1.77. Is Tesla on a 3-trigger cluster? Again, from earlier, I'm gonna give you 2 targets here. Price needs to be above 174.51. The hourly trigger is at 172.59. You got a nice tweezer trade right there, trading 417.53 on the high. Dixie trading $1.341 right now. NASDAQ up 0.7%. U.S. Conference Board April leading index points up 0.6% or down minus 0.6%. U.S. April existing home sales down 3.4%. U.S. inventory of unsold homes at 2.9 months supply. Oil futures extend losses. U.S. crude down by $1 a barrel. CPSC, Peloton, tread and rear guard repair approved, protects consumers from entrapment hazards. 1 child death and 90 injuries reported. That's Peloton. Netflix shares up 4.2% after company says ad-supported tier has nearly 5 million active users per month. Joe Donut's in the stream this morning. He says he loves Peloton. Peloton trading $7.37. It's right now it's forming a bull cross here. So Peloton is strengthening. I can't stand Peloton. I want to short it into zero. I agree, but just a heads up that it is looking quite bullish right now. If you look at Peloton on an hourly chart, with the 27 and 113 EMA, if that cross happens, it could be a nice trade to the upside on Peloton. Even though I my morals say short it to zero. Oh, boy. So if I don't know if you're following along, I'm going to read these tickers off to you. We have a stock ETF right now. I'm going to read to you some of the tickers on the stock ETF. They're doing quite well today. We have, excuse me, Duolingo. Ticker symbol DUOL. Let's actually take a look at these right now. Take a look at some of these tickers on our ETF. We got our bad boy right here, Duolingo. It's just trading up on the hourly trigger right now and just ripped face to an or not a new high. I think it maybe it was a new high. Duolingo up 5.42% this morning.
Governor Macklem.
Now, this ETF, I always like to buy them. See if we can do this on a 30-minute chart here.
As well, Deputy Governor Rogers, so they're answering reporters' questions following the release of the financial system review.
I always like to buy them on a low, never on a high, of course.
We also posted out the video on the feed for those interested.
Duolingo just ripping faces off. This is the point of not buying a falling knife and finding what's being accumulated. Duolingo now trading $150. Woohoo! We also have here Nari, N-A-R-I, almost coming into a buy zone right now. We want to see what the reaction is down here if this continues to trade higher. N-A-R-I, that's down 1.97%, almost ready for a dip buy. DoorDash. Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. Almost down to a dip buy here. Looks like it had a dip buy yesterday on the daily trigger on DoorDash, up 1.53%, 7%. Toast doing wonderful, up 2.6% today. Oscar, OSCR, just riding that nice daily trend on the way up here. Trading $7.55. IONQ. Ripping face this morning to $9.15. Ripping face. Up 2% in an area of rejection and resistance. If it can trade above $9.29 and hold, we'll get another leg up. Otherwise, it's take profits here and look for a dip buy at $8.57 and $6.61 with tight stops underneath. Another target down below is $5.76. IONQ. Another call out from the show. FTAI. Cranking. Just cranking. Up 0.15%. Following trend down below here, we charted this one out for you. Coming into a noteworthy place here, this previous resistance back here at 59.21. See if we can break through and tag a high of 68. It's up 0.95% today. HashiCorp, HCP. with a dip buy sitting on a 4 trigger cluster. Daily, weekly, bought. Cranking at 32.48, up 1.66% today. SHLS trying to get above 25.16, up 2%
UK government statement
today.
And Norway to increase cooperation on undersea capabilities.
CFLT ripping faces off today. 27.17 currently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trigger cluster, ripped faces. Trying to close the gap above at 29.25.
Meaningful progress, slowing economic activity, inflation. Slogan is a Fed veteran and someone that won't easily ignore.
SI down 3.4% after ripping faces off.
On protecting critical energy infrastructure, anti-submarine warfare, and subsea protection.
Hopefully we can get another dip buy on this bad boy down here at like 290.
Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor Rogers. So they're answering reporters' questions following the release of the financial system review we saw earlier.
All these tickers have been talked about in stream. I'm assuming if you ever entered any of those trades, you're rich. Congratulations. Yeah, price just needs to be above. So, like, if I give you, if you can go back in this broadcast right now and just look at those tickers, and you can figure out where those lines are. You can see where they are at with velocity. And if you, let's say you enter a trade and it's like, it's at $5. Let's say the daily trigger's at $5. You have 100 of these tickers. Price comes down, hits that daily trigger. Let's say it's $5. You buy it for $5, and if it bounces and goes up, you're good to go. If it trades below it, you have tight stops, right? You're out. Trade is dead. Fairly simple. Netflix no chill since last week. 3%. No, way higher than that. Like tight stop. I'm looking. Well, normally I would look for a bounce and then enter there, right? So if you're looking for a bounce on the daily trigger, you're looking for velocity to be extremely bearish on the hourly and possibly the daily. And you're looking for, and I even look for just basic trend lines. Like, are we trending up this way? Are we going back down there every once in a while? Trend continues higher. Not a single loser on that list. Wall Street Journal's Nick Timros says Fed's Logan's full remarks show she is paying a close eye to banking sector stresses, but is more concerned about the lack of meaningful progress, slowing economic activity and inflation. I'm having really bad streaming health right now. I don't know exactly what's going on here in the background. I'm checking it out. I love you too, Joe Donut. I love you too, brother. Give me just a second here.
Surely expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem. Bank of Canada's Rogers says we will continue to monitor financial system closely for signs of stress. The bank has tools needed to provide emergency liquidity if needed. Bank of Canada's senior.
I'm being asked if I'm in any positions. I'm long on calls right now, if you're wondering.
Institutions need to adapt and regulators need to be vigilant. So the CDS panel says it will consider Credit Suisse bankruptcy query. So again there, so the CDS panel says it will consider Credit Suisse bankruptcy query, seeing the US selling $57 billion of 3-month bills on May 22nd to settle on May 25th, and the US to sell $54 billion of 6-month bills on the May 26th to settle on May 25th.
Joe's like, I want to buy 420 so bad and ride this melt up all the way. Is this what you want, Joe? Do you want that 419.20, 419.16? Or do you want 422.41?
So the US to sell 7-year notes, $35 billion.
Thank you for the free money, Spy.
To settle on May 31st, and the US to sell $42 billion of 2-year notes on May 23rd to settle on May 31st, and to sell $43 billion of 5-year notes on May 24th to settle on May 31st.
Spy trading 417.85. I want to ask you a question in the stream.
So US stocks extending gains. Nasdaq up by 1% on the session.
Over the last 2 weeks, what did I say to you? What did I say to you over and over and over? Whatever hedge you put on this market, you better be able to withstand a trip to 420 and 430. I said your best hedge on this market is going to be a ratio spread, not a short. So whatever strategy you choose, you better be able to withstand a trip up there. Joe, grab me a slice of pie, man, will you? Yeah, I'm about to sell right now. I'm taking 418s off. They just went from like 40 fucking cents to 70 cents in a matter of like 5 minutes. King Cow, YouTube. This is why this is Yeah, I've been in and out, Joe. I'm like in, out, in, out. $4.20 or 14 cents. I don't know that we're getting there. Maybe. So I want you to be aware that if you're out there and you're a bull, we're coming in right now to close a significant gap here. This is where the last auto sell was, the major auto sell in the market, right here at 418.32. Be aware of this mark. I'm going to show you this real quick. I want you to see that orange bar that you see right there on Bookmap is significant. Look on Bookmap here, okay? It doesn't mean we can't trade above it. But I just want you to be aware, okay, that right where we are right now, we're going to take a look at why this is significant. We talked this morning about known places, right? Known places. Earlier this morning, I had a discussion with you and I said, you know that people will trade to these levels, right? Doesn't mean we can't go past it. Signposts. The importance of a signpost, right? Why is this level important? Where we are right there. You ready? Ooh, doggy. Q1. I believe that's right around February 2nd, maybe. There it is right there. Can we trade above it is the question. I don't know. I know that sellers will step in here. I guarantee it. They're going to step in. They're going to be like, sell, 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 sell. If we're able to get above it, though, consolidate, take another leg higher, we can enter that trade right in there somewhere. Do I think we're going above it? Fuck yes, I do. You've been asking me that for weeks. Yes. How do we get above it? Probably need some help. Probably need this line up here to come up here a little bit more, maybe. Help a brother out to get up there. just threw some lottos on, to be honest with you. If you want to know, I'm in some lottos again. Just cheaper ones. Appreciate you too, Thin Slayer. Yeah, I'm in some lottos once again right now. But, you know, like what I do is I take profit, right? If I buy something at 30 cents and sell it at 70 cents, then I go back in and buy something at 30 cents. So, like right now I'm in 419 Cs. You know, it's not 100% every trade. Yeah, it's okay if they burn. That's fine. If they burn, they burn. I've made enough today, so I'm happy. It's like a free lotto trade. Right now I'm in 419s. I don't think we get to 420. I'd like to see us. I'd like to see at some point today. Well, I'd like to see either a bounce here or a bounce here, and just get over and make that. We're here. I get my posit here is that we're already up here. We had the previous high back in February. We're already here. Might as well at least jump above. We're looking for a bounce either here or a bounce down here at some point. Consolidate sideways. And then get up there. I'll get bearish if we trade below.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the Bank of Canada can pursue price and financial stability at the same time.
415.69, I'll get bearish. Right down here somewhere.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says, I expect inflation to continue coming down.
That's where I get bearish, down here somewhere.
And adds inflation is coming down in line with the Bank of Canada's forecast.
Hey, take it easy there, Cavalier Surf. Have a great day, man. Are you gonna ride tonight around 6 or 7 or what, brother? What time is it right now in Hawaii, man? It's got to be really early, right? It's 5:13 in the morning there. Yeah, nap time, dude. Get up and ride around 7. Yeah, 5:15 in the morning right now. Yeah, man, take a nap, brother.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says April CPI data was stronger than expected and food price inflation is much too high. And adds housing markets one part of the economy the bank looks at. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says using a pause to see whether we've raised the rates enough. So just to repeat that there, Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem saying using a pause to see whether we've raised rates enough.
Yeah, all the sellers are coming out on Twitter now.
Fed bids for 4-week bills total $889.8 million. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the June rate decision will be guided by data. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says it's far too early to be thinking of interest rate cuts.
I'm gonna give you guys some stuff here. Hold on here. I get some weirdness going on my phone. I'm getting some good stuff here from Dave. I don't know why it's not showing up on my phone right here. Hey, Dave AMS, if you're here, brother, I'm missing. I'm getting texts from you and then they disappear. David AMS, if you're in here right now.
Bank of Canada's Rogers.
Yeah, Winky, there's Bears definitely step in here, man. So like going all the way back to that February 2, you're gonna see Bears will come out right now. The woodwork selling this market right here. No doubt about it. Weird, like David AMS is sending me tweets and or not tweets but messages, and I'm not seeing them in my on my phone. I don't know why. I think it's David that's telling me or sending me these. I'm not sure who's sending me these tweets, but or not tweets, but DM or messages. Yeah, profit taking as well. You're going to see it's a normal place.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $35 billion in 4-week bills, prior bid to cover of 2 to 8. Sorry, that's 3 to 18, and a prior high yield of 5.605%.
You become a GPS trader overnight. Yeah, it's part of that whole thing. We hit that conversation this morning, right? About it's part of the whole conversation about like a wedge or I don't know, like any kind of like setup you have, right? Any kind of like traditional charting, all that kind of stuff. I was just on FinTwit and people are posting, you know, about bears are going to say this is a double top, and someone said they're going to say they didn't short this, and that they're only shorting it for the first time right now at this moment. That kind of stuff, right? They've been waiting since February to put another short on. They knew we were going to 418. We're going to go back up there and retest that high. That kind of stuff. So you should see that down move here. We need to find some consolidation to make the move higher. Yeah, we get the euro close from 11:30 to 11:40. That happens in 9 minutes. Good heads up on that one. We'll let this cool off here. Targets below, you've got this yellow one right here. It's currently sitting at 416.53. We've got 415.60. Winky just said that he bought some June put spreads, I think. So up here, if you wanted to put some put spreads on for June, not a bad idea. Do I think we're kind of coming back down from 417.93? Fuck yeah, I do. Do I think in June we go lower than here? Yes, I do. See if I can show you guys some places down below to keep an eye on. Right down there. Nice target where my cursor is, right down below here.
Financial resilience.
Oh, he didn't send anything. So David says he didn't send anything. So it wasn't David. Someone was texting me. Maybe it was someone different, David. Maybe it was somebody different. My phone's acting up this morning. It's getting all weird. Maybe it's like a Snapchat or something where it deletes the message. Or not Snapchat. What's the other one that everybody's uses where the messages delete? Like, it's not Periscope. One of these, some people contact me through messages on, like, there's like a secret app where they don't want people following them. I gotta make a. Hey, Winky. Hold on a second.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $35 billion in 4-week bills, prior bid cover of 3 to 18, and a prior high yield of 5.605%.
Snapchat. It's one of those. No, it's not Snapchat. It's a
US natural gas futures extend gains. Prices rise to the highest since March.
Natty Gas, baby. Someone shouted out Natty Gas earlier in the stream. Yeah, I think it still has legs. I don't think it's done either, Onion Hands. I've got a bunch of dirt cheap 419s. Hang tight, I gotta do something in the background here. That's really weird. I've got some reason I wasn't able to put type for a second here. For some reason I can't find you, David. Says some reason, David, I can't find you on YouTube. This comes up as a person named Cindy. Maybe that is you, though. Hey, let me see if you can make a comment on stream.
Shortly expecting the results of the 4-week bill auction. I'll lead with the bid cover ratio.
Hey, what's going on? Primal's back. Says he's driving but listening in right now. I'm trying to get David AMS as a moderator in here right now. Career low saying if ES 418 holds, then could see 4215, 4230, 4235 is an extended target. That's career low chiming in. See what's going on here. Croissant saying has been short through SQQQ, SPXS, absolutely got torched. Croissant, I want to say appreciate you saying that, man. Hey, so Croissant, I want to say something to you. I really appreciate you, brother. You know, someone, I'm not going to name a name, but I have a good close friend of mine that's a bear, and not a bear. He actually trades long and short, but he contacted me last night, and he was like, I got run over. And I got his exact quotes were, I have tire tracks left in my back. And you know, like, that honesty is much appreciated, man. Because you don't see that honesty that often. So I'm really appreciative of you making that post on Twitch right now. Because I've been run over, man. I've been run over. It fucking sucks. And it blows really bad when you get run over. Winky's saying he bought put spreads. I did a ratio, bought 2 times 418 and sold 1 times 412 and 1 times 403 for June expiration. Market's pricing in a possible pullback to 418 with strong support on ES. Where's the dip on NVIDIA to buy? We'll take a look at that. You're looking for a dip on NVIDIA? I know you guys hate my pronunciation. Where's the dip behind NVDA? Somewhere down around 302. It's trading 315.50 right now.
Bid to cover ratio 3 to 15, 3 to 15. High rate 5.37%.
You want another pullback? You want a better price to buy at? I'll give you 3 targets. 313.99 on NVIDIA. 3 targets on NVDA. 313.99. 310.66. Oh man, dude, like 305. 305 on NVDA. Somewhere down around 305. If it ever comes back down there. It's weird. I'm not seeing this. David AMS, I'm trying to get him in here as a moderator, and it's not working. I wonder if it's because he's on Euro. If he's on Euro YouTube.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Yeah, so I appreciate that honesty, Croissant. Vicky's saying that I added August put spreads too. By the way, they are still layering in up and down the SPX option chain, but a lower rate so far than yesterday. Look at December when we get some dead time. Yeah, I think John and Binky, John Haggerty and Binky tweeted me yesterday or DM'd me yesterday, showing the options flow into summertime. It was really high, right? It was like in the 500s and stuff. whole bunch of outside the money calls coming in the 500s.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says no one should expect rates will go down to low levels we saw over the last decade. So according to the Senate's Banking Committee hearing, Fed's bar says there's no inherent conflict between monetary policy and supervision by Fed.
I'm going to throw some 0-8 puts on here so we can get down a little bit. So, Croissant saying problem right now is the bags are so heavy. It feels like the worst time to switch to being bullish. So you're stuck in the pain, some every day. I agree with that. You kind of just have to, like work through the pain, right, Croissant? You have to like maintain until it does roll over.
So Canada's 2-year yield back about 7 basis points from its earlier high, now up 2.2 basis points on the day.
I got 419 C's and I got 415 P's, both sides. Yeah, man. And it's weird too, Croissant, is you just like sometimes I'm like you put the ratio on or like put on a ratio spread, close your laptop and come back because you'll get inundated with, should I just cut loose? Where do I see to buy Palantir? I'm gonna look right now for you. Good job on taking the money on Palantir, by the way. Palantir can still go up here, but it is getting toppy. Let's take a look at PLTR right now. Let's see if I can. Let me check right now, David. It's weird, man, that I've got a. I wonder if it's because you're in Europe. Oh, dude, I found you, David. Boom, done. I got you, brother.
just seeing the Canadian dollar weakens to 1.35 per US dollar, down 0.4% on the day. Bank of Canada's Senior Deputy Governor Rogers says extending amortization is a good release value for stress. So just to repeat that, they're extending amortization, a good release valve for stress.
Yep. Okay, PLTR. The member asked for us to, he's saying that he took profit up here at 1141. I will say this. Palantir can go back and trade to 1117. And it can go up from here as well, but even so, right? You take the money and run here. It's a good place to realize profit on Palantir. And when do you want to enter again? So far, it's on the, you can see the hourly back here. But in truth, it's always on these lows down here, right? If you want to be a happy Palantir bull, it's always on these lows. On velocity. Somewhere down in here, somewhere down in here. Look at these green bars down here, right? Whenever we're on a low down here, you start to accumulate, right?
Not structural.
Another great place to buy the dip on Palantir is when the hourly and daily velocity are on lows. So we're not seeing that, right? You're not seeing hourly and daily velocity on major lows. That's kind of like the best place to buy Palantir. So where do we buy that? It's not right now, is it? Right? We're on a high of velocity on Palantir. Can Palantir go higher here? I think that yes, it can. But then you're gonna get a roll here at some point, right? You're always gonna be a happy investor in Palantir. So what I would say to you would be just on this trend right here. Just snap a line right here in this trend. If you're watching right now, if you're whoever the member is that requested this, set an alert on this trend right here. Crossing trend line. Who's that member that asked for that? Who asked for PLTR? Was that Henry that asked? I think it was Henry. I'm not sure. So I'll put a Henry alert. We'll create an alert there. So what we'll do is this. If PLTR comes back down, let's say, right, and touches right there, we're going to come back and see if velocity is on the downside on the hourly and daily. If it is, it'll be a buy. If it isn't, we'll wait for it to come down and touch the daily trigger and the weekly trigger down here, around $8, $9, somewhere in there. So I did set an alert down here. We'll check it. I'll also set an alert down on this EMA right here. And if we ever come back down there, I'll let you know in the chat or in the stream if it's time to start looking at it again. VIX trading $16.37. Previous low in the VIX was $16.18. And the low before that was $15.55 on the VIX. Targets below the VIX, 1475, 1411. Those two previous lows were set on May 1st and April 19th on the VIX. 1618, 1555. We have 1475 below that, 1411 below that. I'm stopped out of my puts at this point as well. Just a heads up, I was stopped out. Just long calls here. I got a rack of, let me see what I'm in for. It's like my total buy-in is somewhere around, it's like 21 cents or something like that. Squeezing higher now. Trading 417.71. No worries, Henry. That was you, Henry. So I've got 2 alerts set for you, brother. So if the alert will pop up in the stream. Trading 417.77, 78. Some liquidity still above here. Yeah, you're welcome, brother. I got you, bro. Yeah, we're gonna start doing this members thing and start doing like only members in the chat and stuff like that. I'm gonna start setting alerts on all these tickers that we have in the ETF. If you guys want me to start setting alerts on like Tesla, NVDA, all that kind of stuff, I'm gonna start setting them so that we get alerts. Like, hey, it's coming down to a buy zone or something. Or at least, like, let's check and see if it's at a buy zone or not. I'll do that for you. Oh, yeah, baby. Printing right now. Woohoo! Squeezing up right now, making money right now. Yes, sir. Brr. It's a 30% bell ringer right there. Woo! Squeeze it on up there. Squeeze out them shorts, baby. Every last one of them. Hello, are you short? I just want to make sure that I got the last short out of the market. It's not even Free Money Friday yet. Oh man, dude, I feel like I'm turning into that. It's turning into that pain trade right now, and you know what it is, right? So it's just a pain trade at this point, isn't it, croissants? It is, man. It's gonna be a pain trade for bears. I already know it. We did this back in, I think, February. We had like 3 days of just straight up for 3 straight days. It was relentless. It just never stopped. It was just like green bars for 3 straight days. We took out every single, maybe I should, dude, we took out like every single short. And then people were like during that time period, I remember people were like, I finally closed my short position. And then like the next day, we went down for like weeks. Like we just like rolled over and just started selling relentlessly. This looks just like it. You know, you just go up relentlessly for like 2-3 days. You clean out every single short, and then they roll it over. It's like if you're a bear, you just kind of have to like get inside your bunker and not look at this as it happens here. You guys, I don't know if you can remember that trade. It was like 3 days of just relentlessly just hit every stop to the upside, clean every single person out. It's fascinating too because I was talking to another buddy, and he was like, his 2020 like vision of how it happened. He was like, I was fine, like I had no problems. And I was like, that's bullshit. I remember. I remember that trade, because that trade just like, if you're a bear, it was just like, it was insane. It was brutal. Like they didn't leave any bear left, but there was no bear left behind. You were just sitting there going, are we ever coming back down? Like the fear and the scare and all that stuff that went with it. I mean, we rolled hard for weeks after, but like having to be in that position, that pain trade, man, it sucked. There's no way it was good. Give me that pain trade, baby. Like 3 green day, 3 green days, just like rip faces off. Yeah, I don't know if it's like today and tomorrow we get the 3 green days or not, but let me go back and look and see when it happened. Let me look in the background here. Let me see exactly when this happened. Yeah, it was on. Ready? It was on. It was on January 31st. As a matter of fact, that's when we traded to that 418, right? We just had 1, 2, 3 just like melt up days in a row, and then we actually made the roll. So on February 2nd, and what's even crazier is, yeah, I mean, I'm just looking back in January. It was just like relentless. Like the 10th into the 18th. Man, that was brutal. They just squeezed out every last short in the market. And they were teeing off too. So when that happened, dude, I'm looking at this, dude, looking at the last 2 days. Oh, man. They were teeing off like 415.59 and 413.12. If you're looking for that next for like one more squeeze up, it's at 415.59. Somewhere right down in here. Looking for like that last green day. It's like right here. $415.59. Let me see if I get that right. $415.59.
Shortly expecting the Freddie Mac mortgage rate statistics.
And where's the other one? One right there, and 413.12. These should be areas of interest for you. 413.12. $415.59. It's like right here. Remember this right here. So it's gonna change, but 415.59, 413.12. So that's like somewhere down in here. There or right there. I'm flat right now. I got nothing on. Got no calls, no puts. I should have left the put side on, and I didn't. I monetized the call side here, and have stopped out of puts in here somewhere.
Mortgage rates in the US resume climb after falling for 2 weeks.
1.9 million sell bar on this red bar right here. 1.9 million. 2.4 million on the opening bar this morning.
Freddie Mac US 30-year mortgage rate rises to 6.39%. And the 15-year rate averaged 5.75%, unchanged from the prior week.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
First confirming trade of the day here to the downside. We have one red bar below the 6 EMA, trading down into the daily trigger right now. Bears want to see rejection above and to try to get down into this daily trigger here at 415.81. Price remains above the 27 EMA on the daily trigger.
The Senate Banking Committee ends the hearing on oversight of financial regulators.
I want to buy I was thinking about buying 419 again. They're like 13 cents. Be patient here. I'm going to move my strike up to 417. If we get down to 415.59, maybe I'll wait for these 415s to come down. Just a note here. Let's see here, hold on. VIX with a green candle on the 30-minute chart. It's been rejecting off the hourly. Let me see if I can show you guys this. Thirty-minute chart on the VIX. You can see VIX is at a major low right now.
According to the UN, 3 new inbound vessels are approved for the Ukraine grain corridor.
Should be good if you're a bear right now. We've got, if price gets at, which VIX trading 1660. If VIX can get from here to 1706. Look back on May 18th for this trade right here. That's 6:40 in the morning. So this morning at, what was it, 6:40, we went from 416.56 down to 414.47. So right here, this, did I get that right? Yeah, I think I got that right. Right in here. Rolled right down into this 1432, excuse me. So we got 416.50, 40. Yeah, so that's a good 20 points right there. 1608, 416. Somewhere you should get that. You should be able to get down to at least here. Target 415.82. Damn, I should have stayed. I should have stayed inside of those puts. Would have been a good printer. Would have already be up 100% at this point. I had fucking stops on them. $4.18 are now down to 26 cents. We're 17's down to 55 cents. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 25. Yeah, is that the same target, Damien? Yeah, that's what I got. 14. I got 1582 or something right in there. It's like this. This is where. So if you're watching the VIX right now, where is it? Right here. Right in here. This right here is the if VIX roll, like if VIX continues higher to that hourly trigger, you should get a nice fat roll down here. That same trade should present itself here. Either somewhere in, I think it's going at least here, but we'll see the interaction on the VIX and see what happens up there. Yeah, Stacy's chiming in. Maybe a good time to buy SDAO or an SQQ sooner than later. I haven't looked at SDAO in a while. Let me take a look at it. Yeah, SDAO's looking good right here, Stace.
We have posted the Financial Times piece on the feed for all those interested.
SDAO's parked on its daily right now. It's on some resistance here. SDAO could go ready for a target above on SDAO. So SDAO right now is on its hourly trigger. Target above of 27.16. And it can go higher than that too. It could bounce though if you have a target like 27.16 and then you go back and try to close that gap above at 28.
For lifting interest rates
change
as an insurance policy against inflation in the Financial Times piece.
I love SDAO. It's a good ticker. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, Damien. I'm looking for...
Says, I expect allies will agree on new investment pledge of 2% of GDP for defense at the upcoming Vilnius summit.
Now trading below the 5-minute trigger. See if the Bears can put this together and get down here.
Fed's Billard says, do expect disinflation.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
You know, maybe I'll jump in on this trade with you.
And market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Looking at 415 Ps. Oh shit, I missed that bar. Fuck. I'm over here trying to set a trade up and I wasn't watching the I was trying to catch this above here. Give me one green bar so I can jump on this trade. I missed this trade already. I was trying to catch this top tick up here. I'm just going to stay out now. Just give me a chance to get in. Just go back up there just a little bit more. Just go back up there one more time. Just one for just a brief moment. I'll jump on with you. Just come back up here one more time. I'm fucking missing this trade right now. I'm pissed.
And more from the Financial Times piece, Fed's Bullard says what is likely to affect the economy more significantly is a recent decline in yields on Treasury bonds.
415s were like 20 cents for just a few seconds. They just went to 36. I'm like, ah. Pinstrike on 415.82 just then. Do we get 415.59? Give it to me. 415.59. Give it to me. Damn it. I can't believe I missed that trade. This is a kick-ass scalp right here. I'm over there like tapping away on puts, and then I look on the screen and I go, shit, I'm missing the bar right now. Like this one right here. That top tick right there. It's hidden behind these lines, but it's right in there. There's a wick right up there. Did you grab that scalp, Jared? That's a good trade in here. This was a really nice trade right here. Just these two bars right here were fabulous. Like this one right here. That bar was really good. It ticked right here, and then it blasted straight down. Or maybe it was this one right here. I know it was the last two bars. Could still get some downside here. Let me show you guys VIX really quick. Still haven't traded up to 1703 here. We'll see if we can get another green bar on the VIX. One more, two more, three more. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Still have some downside to go. We're not done yet. $12.18. Still have another bearish, probably at least another 15 minutes, maybe a half an hour of bearishness. Let's see if I can grab a tick up here. And get a reversal candle here and try to grab this. Come on in, buddy. What's going on? What's up, buddy? How are you doing? Got my dog coming in to check on me, making sure I'm all right over here. I always love that my dog will just like kick the door open and be like, "What's going on, man? Are you all right? You want to scratch my back for me for a couple minutes? I'll come lie down next to you." Yeah, I still think I'm still on rollover camp here for a minute. You guys say this is the dip? I don't think it is. I think we got another 1, 2, at least another 10 minutes, another 20 minutes of bearishness. I'd really like to see a green candle on SPY so I can jump on some puts, but I'm not getting it yet. I want to see a, just one green candle up here, maybe even to right here. And I think we continue to go down for at least another 20 minutes. Start getting some green or red candles down there. I don't think we're done going down. We could be. If price does reverse here, you know what you're looking for, right? You don't need me to tell you. You start seeing green candles up in here. I'll switch to being bullish again, once again, right up here. Take that trade up there with you. Your dog always lays a guilt trip on you. Yeah, I try to take my dogs everywhere with me. So when I don't take them somewhere, they get pretty upset. They're like, "Why are you leaving us?" I'm like, "I can't take you here." I'm like, "They said no, I can't bring you to the grocery store." NASDAQ hits 9-month high after a batch of upbeat economic data. Debt ceiling optimism. I don't know that that's true. So like I like to have cool names for my dogs, but like before I had children, you could name your dogs whatever you like, but then once you have children, children are like, "I'm naming the dog," and I'm like, "Okay, what's her name?" And my children I think they're hilarious, but Jack and Henry, and I'm like, "Okay, Jack and Henry." They have like human names, like Bob and Mike. Yeah, I like that. It's a good name, Dizzy. I like cool dog names, but I'm not the boss of that. Yeah, you want to see the dog? Hold on. Henry. You want to see him? It's a good dog. I got a Hey buddy. Want to say hello? Right up there. There he is right there. Boy, huh? You want to stay up here with me? All right. There you go. Yeah, I love you too. You are a good boy. All right, get down, buddy. Yeah, I know you want to cuddle, huh? He's trying to get back up here right now. He's an Aussie Shepherd. Yeah, he's an Aussie Shepherd. Nobody wanted him. I donate to dog kennels and stuff like that. And nobody wanted him, so I took him. There was like a no-kill shelter that was going to put him down because he had some his owner died, and no one came to check on the owner. So he was in the house with the owner for like, from my understanding, long enough that he got really hungry. And so there was like a stigma attached to this dog. Nobody wanted him. You know, no one wanted to take him. And they were going to put him down, and I was like, so they came to me and were like, we're no kill shelter, but we're going to put this dog down. And nobody wants him because of the story behind this dog. And I was like, what? So they brought the dog to me. And it was him. He was an emotional wreck, right? And still is to this day, still has some, you know, he like has fear and stuff of being alone. Doesn't like being alone at all. And it's like my other dog, I got a border collie, right? I paid for that dog. That dog cost me a ton of money. Not cheap. If you buy a purebred border collie or something like that, I got him from a working ranch in southern New Mexico, and this huge ranch down there. So they're not a puppy mill or nothing like that. These are like active ranchers and stuff like that. So I got him. So I paid for him. But this dog right here, I didn't want a second dog, and I feel bad for dogs. So this dog right here, he's an emotional wreck, and like they brought him to me, and I took the dog, and I'm like, are you okay? You're gonna be all right? And he like took off, gone, ran through the middle of the desert, and I'm like, what happened to the goddamn dog? He just like ran away, and then he came back like 2 or 3 hours later, and he was like, I had a blast out there. Can I be fed? And you got any water? And I'm like, sure. So I gave him some food and some water, and he was like, I'll stick around until I run away again. I'm like, okay. So he would take off, and I'm like, all right, we got to go get your balls cut off. His balls weren't cut off either. So cut his balls off, and then he stopped running away. And I ended up keeping him. He's been a pain in the ass ever since too. He's never been like I love him because he's like an emotional dog. So he's like, can you hug me? Can you pet me? Can I sit on your lap? That kind of stuff. Like he's really like my border collie is not like that at all. Border collie's like, I'm gonna go round up some kids. I'm gonna go protect this side of the house. I'm gonna go stand guard on the deck over here and bark at the mailman, and you try to love on the border collie. He's like, I'm good, man. I'm watching the kids right now. I'm like, you sure you don't want me to pet you? He's like, nah, man. I'm just watching these kids, making sure that nobody's gonna, like, a coyote's not gonna take the kids away. This dog right here is like, you can hold me. You can pet me. You can cuddle on me. Whatever you want to do, man. I'm down. He's like a sponge. Yeah, you never fix him? Yeah, I had to fix this one. But that's the thing, right? He's a cattle dog, so it's weird. Like, my border collie is like, I'm going to protect these kids over here. My cattle dog is like, he's not protective, but he's kind of an attack dog. It's like if he'll never, if he sees a squirrel or if he sees like a raccoon or a skunk or a coyote. So I had so the cattle dog, right? We had coyotes where I lived, like thousands of them, literally thousands of them. You could see them coming across over the hills in packs of like 30 to 100 of them. And they'll go out hunting at, coyotes will go out and hunt right around dusk, like as you come in at dusk at nighttime. And they'll have like one alpha coyote that'll be making calls and shit. And you'll be watching them, right? And they'll like bay like they're dying. And like the sound is crazy, right? And they'll corner animals and try, and then like one will chase an animal down, and then the pack will come over, and they'll eat their, like go out there and eat their kill or whatever, right?
7,000 workers.
Like you'll see like one coyote, and then you'll see 30 or 40 or 50 of them come in for the kill. So my dog, the border collie, would go out. Well, what I would do, so this is terrible. I shouldn't be saying this. So I'd bring a speaker. I had this big deck, right? And I'd go out to my deck and I'd turn on dying rabbit sounds. And the coyotes would come for miles. I mean, miles, dude, like 30, 40, 50, 100 coyotes. You'd see them coming over the hills in packs. Yeah, so my dog, right, loved killing coyotes. That border collie you just saw right there, he would goad the coyotes. He'd go out into the back 40, and he'd present himself to the coyotes. And so they'd chase him all over and around, and my dog would just burn them all, like woof, gone. And they didn't know that my dog was like, I'm gonna go out there and fuck up some coyotes, you know. And then finally the pack would get there, and then my dog would beat it and run back. And eventually we did this for months, right? And eventually the coyotes became friends with my dog. I kid you not. So they would play with him, and I'm like, dude, one of these days, you know, those coyotes, man, they're playing with you out there, but like right over the hill, there's 100 of them. And if they can ever get you alone out there, they're going to get you. And he's like, nah, they're never getting me. I'm like, okay, whatever. We'll keep doing it. So we'd go outside together, and he'd fuck around with the coyotes. True story. It's very true story. And like if my dog ever sees like a small animal out there, it's death for him. Like he doesn't do it to humans. Never been aggressive to a human. But if like he finds like a big rat or something, or a big like anything that's like 20 pounds or less, going down. we used to raise chickens, and my border collie.
Russian Urals oil strengthens to -7.5 to $8 per barrel against ICE Brent at delivery in Chinese ports, the highest since December.
So the border collie, right? He'd be outside protecting the chickens always. Just like, oh man, you got me some chickens? I'm like, yes, I did. And he's like, this is great. I can round up chickens all day long and protect them. I'm like, absolutely, brother. Open the door and go outside, and dude didn't ever wanted to come in. He just wanted to stay outside. Then always wanted to be around the chickens, right? So I come home one day, and I'm come home one day, right? And my border collie's inside, and I'm like, what are you doing in here? You should be outside with the chickens. And my Aussie Shepherd is not inside. I'm like, I'm like, why is Henry outside and Jack is inside? So I call my wife, call my daughters, and I'm like, why is Jack inside and Henry outside? And they're like, oh, Henry wanted to be outside and Jack wanted to be in. I'm like, you shouldn't have done that. I'm like, Henry is not the guy you leave outside. So I go outside to go look for Henry. You know, it's a big backyard, right? And And I know my I know two things. If my border collie and my Aussie Shepherd are outside, my border collie's not gonna fuck around. Like the border collie's the boss. He's the alpha. He's like, don't fuck around with those chickens. Not while I'm here. And so the border collie or the Aussie Shepherd is like, fine, right? So I go outside, and what do I find? I find the neighbor's dog in my yard, somehow jumped the fence, and my dog outside. They both have a chicken in their mouth. And my dog sees me, and he like looks at me with the chicken in his mouth, and I look at him, and my dog immediately drops the chicken, and I'm like, you fucked up, bro. And he knew. He's like, oh, fuck, he caught me. Head down, tail between his legs, goes and walks back to the back door to go inside the house. Neighbor dog was like, looks at me with the chicken in his mouth, and he's like, what's up, man? And I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, I'm just killing chickens over here, and I'm going to keep killing chickens. That's a true story. So I had to run over and grab the dog, the neighbor's dog, by the like the scruff, the collar, and all that shit, and rip the chicken out of the dog's mouth, like ripping the chicken out of the dog's mouth, right? No, yeah. So I'm trying to think of exactly how I went down, and I'm like, I couldn't get the chicken out of his mouth, and so I had to grab him and bring him into my house. It's a big what kind of dog is it? Like a I don't know, like a pit bull kind of a dog. He just wasn't letting that chicken go. So I had to bring him into my house and put him into a pen until his owner came home. I'm not going to tell you everything that I did, but
according to S&P Global Market Intelligence data, U.S. government one-year CDS spreads, a measure of risk of default, declined to 154 basis points from 158 on Wednesday.
You ate a Jack Russell Terrier named Henry. I like Jack Russell Terriers, too. Those are attack dogs, too. They're very similar to an Aussie Shepherd in terms of their behavior. So then I went back outside, right? And they had actually killed some of our rabbits, too. And then, of course, I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like, I got to tell my children. Like, what am I going to tell my children about this?
99 basis points from 204 basis points on Wednesday. That's, again, according to S&P Global Market Intelligence.
So I wound up blaming it all on the neighbor's dog. I didn't tell him that our dog killed rabbits and chickens in our yard. So I'm like, the neighbor's dog got into the chickens and the rabbits, and I think I said the rabbit disappeared or something, or my wife was like, we sold a rabbit or something. I don't think we actually told them about the dog killing the rabbit, because it would have devastated our children, right? You don't want your children knowing. Yeah, I need to borrow your dog translator. Need a cat named Romeo. Romeo, that's a great name. Killed rabbits, snakes, birds, rats, brought them all home for supper. Still bearish here. Price trading below the 5-minute trigger here. Not much going on right now. Consolidation. I got my finger on some 415Ps, but they're too pricey right now. They were like 20 cents earlier. Haven't bought them, just looking at them in the background. Yeah, so the dog Henry that you just saw, you can't leave him alone with small animals.
A group of Democratic senators have told Biden to prepare to use the 14th Amendment to avoid a debt default.
It's really weird, though. Like, so there's another time So I moved to. I got some bad stories too. Like, so I moved to Detroit, right? And Detroit's kind of like a place where you have to own a gun, and a lot of people also own attack dogs. Very common here to see people with vicious dogs, believe it or not. So people have to protect themselves, right? The police here are getting better, but the truth is that if any crime happens to you and your person here, you really have to take care of it yourself. You yourself or your neighbor, someone has to help you before any help comes for you. That's I don't know what it is like, if it's like that everywhere, but in my experience, if a crime is committed, the police will be there in a minute. Detroit's not really it's getting better here. I should say that the police enforcement here is getting much better than it once was. But when I first moved here, they may or may not come. Let's have a look-see and see if this is getting bought or not.
US natural gas futures extend gains, prices up by 10%.
There it is down there. There's that big bar down here. Where the stink bids are down here. So you'll often see that. So with that being said, two things. As a matter of fact, dude, this is crazy. I don't know if I've ever talked about this stuff. So I have a friend who owns rental properties. She's a realtor as well, and she owns rental properties. She had a rental, and she had tenants that were not paying, no longer paying rent. And she had to evict them and serve the final eviction notice. I guess you go there, and if they're not gone, you go with police or sheriff or something, and you evict the tenant, right? And so she showed up to the house, and there were people there. So she's like, all right, I'm going to call the sheriff and have them serve this with me to get these people out of the house. So the sheriff showed up to the house, and people started running out of the house, like out the back doors, side doors, front doors. And they had a dog fighting ring going on in this rental in the basement. And it was really sad. She ended up calling me over this because the police went in, and there were dead dogs in the basement. There were malnourished dogs. There were wounded dogs. And the police killed every dog down in that basement. They shot them all. And every dog that was down there. And they brought like body bags and stuff and collected the dogs. There were like 20 dogs down there, fighting dogs. And so I got a fucked up story here. So I'm living in Detroit at this time, right? I know this stuff goes on here. And I know people have aggressive dogs for multiple reasons. I know that the dog fighting is a thing here in Detroit, and I know people have dogs, aggressive dogs, to protect themselves. So two things happened. One time, I had a neighbor on my street who's one of his aggressive dog got out. And it was weird because my border collie, or my Aussie Shepherd, was like cowering, and a dog like jumped the fence, came in my yard, and my border collie, or excuse me, my Aussie Shepherd was cowering, but my border collie started fighting with the dog, and I was like defending my other dog. And I was shocked. As a matter of fact, I had to punch this dog in the head. Straight up had to clock him right in the head, right? And then started punching him in the gut. The two of them were like locked up and fighting and all this shit. It was crazy. I'm not going to say exactly what went down, but I was shocked that my border collie is not an aggressive dog, but will fight to the death if needed to protect. So I thought that was crazy, too. So that's like one story down. Not a big story. This leads into a greater story. Oh, no way, really? Subscribers can now upload 2-hour-long videos. No shit.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy story, right? So I got this dog, like, finally I get this dog. Thankfully, he didn't attack me. He was just in, like, fight mode with my dog. It was like, boom, 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 big fight. So finally got that dog off, right? Get him outside of my yard, relock my gate, that kind of stuff, and get the dog out of the yard. And he went running away. That was it. Yeah, kind of crazy, right? But here's the sad story. So this gets worse. So I've got this big yard, right? Big high fence. Or it's like 6 feet high, right? Big high fence. I got gates locked always, that kind of stuff. And I come home, and my dog's not in the backyard. My border collie. And we've got a doggy door, and we've got chickens and rabbits and all this kind of stuff, right? Got a big, like, back 40, big, huge. It's like a big double lot, giant double lot. I got trees back there. It's great. Like inside of the city, it's like an oasis in the city. And my dog is missing. I'm like, where the fuck is Jack? I'm like, this dog would never jump a fence, never would take off. Where is my goddamn dog? Pretty wild, right? So the dog is missing. So I, like, call my wife, call my children, and we start, like, looking for my dog. This is all over Detroit. I'm, like, posting up signs everywhere, hit every social media thing up, start calling all of the dog pounds and stuff like that. Can't find my dog. He's just missing. Search the neighborhoods, driving up and down the roads, looking for my dog. My dog's missing. Of course, I'm upset because I'm like, this is my dog. He's my pride and joy, my love. And everybody's like, oh, he probably jumped the fence or something or found a way through the fence, and he'll come back. No dog. Week passes. No dog. Oh, yeah, though. Thanks for saying that. 415 Ps are now down at 27 cents. Getting nice and cheap finally. So I'm like, so I'm sitting there, right? And I can't find the dog. Dog's missing. Got notices out everywhere. Like 2 weeks pass. I get a phone call. Phone rings, and this lady calls me and says, she goes, this is a shot in the dark. She goes, I can't believe I'm even calling you. I go, yes. Why are you calling me? She goes, I'm a veterinarian. She goes, and I've got a dog here in my clinic, and a woman brought him in, and she says that he was attacked by a raccoon. She goes, but he doesn't look like he was attacked by a raccoon. He looks like he was attacked by another dog, and he's about to die. She goes, but I don't believe. She goes, but he was chipped, and the chip is not coming back to this person. And I said, what? Now I'm really like, I'm just like anger, rage, like all this. I haven't said a word to this woman, and she goes, but this is a total shot in the dark because the dog is coming back from Colorado. You know, we're in Michigan. She's like, but this dog's in Michigan. This dog has no business being in this state. She's like, are you the dog's owner? I'm like, I am. She's like, this woman's claiming that this dog is hers. She's like, this dog looks like it was in a dog fight. And this woman is sketchy. And I go, I'll be right down. I'm like, can you call the police on this person?
1 p.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $15 billion in 10
This is true.
Prior bid cover of 2 to 28 and a prior high yield of 1.182%.
So I go down there,
Just taking a look at the auction preview, 10-year break-evens trade slightly cheaper on the day at around 2.23%, having risen slightly over the past week from 2.16% on May 11th. Mounting evidence of
Making you sad?
casts doubts on further Fed tightening and strengthens the case for dip buying in tips, arguing for a small stop-through, BMO strategist said in a note. Primary dealers' position in tips due in 6 to 11 years was net short $786 million in the week ended May 3rd versus $2.4 billion average net long over the past year.
It is good. So I get down there, my border collie. Well, first off, the woman took off. She left, right? She left the vet clinic. She knew the gig was up, I'm assuming, right? She was like, she kind of knew the gig was up. She took off. I get down to the vet clinic and my dog is near death. Like straight up's going to die. And the vet's like, it's going to cost you thousands of dollars to save your dog's life. And we can't guarantee anything. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what it costs. You save his life. I mean, you do everything that you can do to save his life. So they work on my dog. And they saved his life. And it cost me a lot of money. And he's still here with us today. So my dog is alive today. Like, he lived through this, right? The vet's like, this was crazy. She's like, he was definitely they were fighting him. And she's like, I guarantee this dog was being used to fight or prep other dogs. And she shown me all the marks on my dog and all that kind of shit. And I'm like, now I'm fucking pissed. Like, I'm raging. And they had her on camera, who this person was. And so they show me the video of this person. She lived down the street from me. And I was like, I recognize this person. She walks by the front of my house back and forth in the morning and at nighttime. So what she had done was she had come to my home, jumped my fence, and grabbed my dog, stole my dog. So, of course, I call the police, right? We gather up all this evidence, and they went to her house. She had wound up living 2 or 3 streets away from me. 2 or 3 major city blocks away from me. And they raided her house. My wife and I and the kids and all that drove down there. There was 10 cop cars outside. I didn't see what they did. What they found in there and all that kind of shit. Yeah, man, it was totally fucked up. It was crazy. So, of course, from that point forward, it was like, okay, we got to get security cameras, we got to get motion sensors and all this other high security and all that kind of stuff. It's now we're well, we own that house. We don't live in that house any longer. But dude, I've never been more angry, I think, in my life than I was at that moment. And I'm forever grateful to that vet that checked for a chip and called me. Hey, Andrea, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. Yeah, she knew the gig was up, right? Part of it's I should have had cameras up. And I did some other stuff too. I probably shouldn't have done, but I put I put some security up around my fencing too. Yeah, I was extremely angry. Extremely angry. But he lived. That's the key part here, right? My dog fucking lived. And he's great. He's here right now. Well, I'll see if I can get him in here at some point, but come on down, please, Spy.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $15 billion in 10-year tips, prior bid cover of 2 to 28, and a prior high yield of 1.182%.
Yeah, never had anything my entire life. Never had a problem with dogs. Never had any issues. Moved to Detroit. sure enough, man, had issues. Yeah, the vet was great. I was so grateful. Yeah, I ended up doing like so I put cameras out and all that kind of stuff, and then I went around my fence and I screwed screws through the tops of my fence posts. So if you try to reach over my fence, jump my fence, your hand will grab onto. I've got these like sticking out like 2-inch screws now on the outside of my fence. I shit you not. Yeah, like carpet tack strips, exactly. So if you try to climb over my fence on this house, you like put your hand over it, you're going to know it. You're going to know that I know that you're trying to come on over. Blood right now in the market. Let's check the VIX here. VIX trading higher right now. VIX trading 1685. We want to see if the VIX can get up to 1705.
And the US's Brainard says debt limit conversations are ongoing.
Why Detroit? So I was living in the West I lived in the West for a long time, and I always felt like I was a rat in the cage, right? Working to pay other people constantly. I felt like my thought was, well, I had two thoughts.
Says the Senate would act right after the House on the debt limit.
So a group of Democratic senators tell Biden to prepare to use the 14th Amendment to avoid a debt default. U.S. Senate Majority Leader Schumer, the debt limit negotiations are currently making progress. The Senate will go home for recess, but be required to come back on 24-hour notice to pass a House debt budget bill. Yeah, that was another crazy one, right? The one about the police. My neighbor, so matter of fact, this was the same house. That was the exact same house. My neighbor had a break-in, and I had to go over there and do that thing with that lady, man. That was crazy too. But why Detroit? I was a hamster in a cage, man. Like hamster in a wheel, like mortgages, car payments, this, that, like keeping up with the Joneses, constantly keeping up with the Joneses. And I was like, man, if I ever get hurt or if I ever get sick, or if I just get old, I'm going to wind up with zero. And I remembered my dad was living in Boston when it was a shithole, and he moved into a shitty neighborhood, became a part of the community, bought houses that nobody wanted.
Instructed to resist extreme attempts to take health care away from Americans or push them into poverty.
And he made a lot of money and became wealthy.
Shortly expecting the results of the 10-year TIPS auction. I'll lead with the bid to cover ratio.
And Boston came back. Boston had a huge resurgence. And so I was like, my dad did that, and he did quite well for himself. And Detroit is kind of a similar story. So I came here, and my money doesn't go to someone else now. My money goes in, so if I have money, I buy a house, I hold it. And it grows in value as time passes. I don't have depreciating assets. I loan money to myself. I am the bank. I pay interest to myself.
When issued 10-year TIPS yield about 1.41% before the $15 billion auction.
Good luck out there in the kids' field trip there to Slayer. Now I can do whatever I want, right?
This stream is sponsored by
Life is easier.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Well, let's see if I can buy this here. 418s are 14 cents. See if we can reverse this to the upside here. Trading 416.35, parking the bus. So now I'm like planning for my future, right? I've got children, got a wife, and making sure that I'm able to leave something to my children, that I can leave something to my wife. When I grow old and crusty, that the state's not going to take away all my money, all that kind of stuff. So it's cheaper to live here. The state is relatively inexpensive to live in. Cost of living here is reasonable. And I can travel and go wherever I like, right?
Two to 31, 10-year high yield, 1.395%, 1.395%. The US sells $15 billion.
Yeah, Cap's First National Bank, baby.
And awards 9.7% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 7.71% of US 10-year note sale, direct 15.86%, and indirect 76.43%.
So now what I do is I buy vehicles with cash, buy homes with cash. No more debt, no more bet. Well, I take on debt. I'll remortgage houses and stuff. Not right now, of course, but when debt is cheap, I'll use that leverage. I'll use like houses as leverage for that kind of debt, like cheap money. Yeah, hell yeah, I'll take that. But high interest rate money, want nothing to do with it. We'll see if we get the rejection or not here. If we don't get the rejection, if we get the squeeze, I might be able to take a long up here. If we can get this bar to come up, confirm that the trade is higher, and we'll take a long up in here. But if not, this is the grind zone. You want to see it? Tony Cheese is like, are we going up or what? Yeah, exactly. David just said, did I miss anything? Just had dinner. Hell no, you didn't miss anything. They're parking the bus, baby. Parking the OPEX bus. If I had to guess here, David, I could be wrong here, but if I had to guess, any kind of hedging flows likely have calls on them, 0-day calls. And we could see a squeeze into this bell here, either today or on the end of month. These 2 days, Any hedging flows that come into the market, they'll also buy, call, zero dates to offset those trades. There's 341,417 Cs out there. So we'll see if those print into end of day today. Yep. Yeah, so what they do is they'll put like hedges in the market, and then they also throw on a shit ton of zero date calls, offsets all of that negative flow in the market, so they're not disturbing the market, and then oftentimes at the end of the day will rip faces off. Yeah, my brother. Yeah, you're seeing the Q's call spike right now. Yeah, I'm fascinated into this close if it happens today. Yeah, it usually happens on OPEX man or end of month, like last day of the month too. So we'll see if it happens today. Yeah, if we can get up here, if we can get over this here, if we can get right over this, if we can get a green bar up in here. Try to do something like that. If not, we roll down here. Like this is all that consolidation range, right? We start red barring it down here. I'll look for a dip buy down here. Yeah, you're suffering the FOMO right now, Tracer. Yeah, Bebop saying in the 70s, the bullpen would go out for liquid lunches. We smoked at our desks, which were mahogany Chippendale, and every Christmas party ended up in a toga party in someone's suite. Bebop, that's a great story, man. Q's are looking toppy. I don't think we've seen topping yet. I don't think we see topping for possibly beginning of June. At least the next few days. Today, tomorrow, possibly even Friday could go up even more. 3-bar trade to the upside. Yeah, I like that 420, man. I like that 420, brother. I like it on SPX. And I like 430 for beginning of the month. I like that magnet, that JPM magnet up there. I'll take 420, though. If we roll 420 and don't go up to see 430, I'm fine with that. I'll take the 420. That's where I start hedging. Somewhere up around 420, 430, somewhere up in there. Yeah, Bebop, keep telling the stories, man. I love hearing these stories, brother. Almost makes you want to just buy some calls and close the laptop until close, right? Just buy some cheap 0 dates and be done with it. Yeah, so Mage is running the second Jewel of the Triple Crown. The dogs, how much do they cost? The Border Collie, somewhere around $1,500 to $3,000. The Aussie Shepherd, maybe $800, $1,000, somewhere in there. Maybe 1,200, 1,500, somewhere in there. I'll see if I can get him over here. I'll show. He's a blue merle. You guys know what a blue merle is? He's got like a white and black coat, and he's got perfect blue eyes. He's gorgeous. Yeah, does that sound right? $700 to $1,500 on a cattle dog. Yeah, I got a blue merle. He's amazing. Squeezing right now on the S&P 500. Uh, 418Cs are quite cheap right now. They're 15 cents. There's now 350,000 calls on 417C. Oof. Omar is saying that his friends paid almost $3,000 for a small dog. I wonder if prices have gone up. You know, with inflation of the cost of buying a dog. They're not cheap, man, either. Like, our dogs go to the vet, I think, once a month. At least that's what it feels like. They go to the vet once a month, once every 3 months. I feel like they're always at the vet. My wife brings them there all the time. I don't know why. But she does. Damn, you paid $150K for a thoroughbred horse? Woof. Damn. I should have done that. Did you make money off the horse? Did you make him a stud? What'd you do with him? Oh, dude, I'm going to have to buy some of these. These calls are getting real cheap here. I'm like, I want to buy some calls here. What does the crystal ball say? It's a good question, right? So into tomorrow. Time is right now. It's real slow right now. Like this is like middle of the day drags, right?
Shortly expecting the Fed reverse repo operation.
My thesis here is at least a 3-day trade. I think you get the, you get the one green day, second green day, and then a third green day right here. I'd like to see the SPY attempt. I'd like to at least see an attempt. So this orange bar right here, we know about what this is, right? We know that this was our previous high, right? We know this 418.06 was, so this line, right? We didn't actually tag it. 418.32 is the second, I think we got close. Like, so 418, I think it was 418.32 is the actual high.
$8 trillion at the Fed Reserve.
Previous high going back into, I believe February, right? This February, I believe. But anyways, my point or my thesis here is that we go up and at least make an attempt to close up here. Sometimes
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
Sometimes
Points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels.
So sometimes, right? If you can't do it in cash market, this is kind of a neat thing to say, and it does kind of hold true. If you can't get it done in cash market, well, they'll do it in futures. This is up and down. So what happens is, if you can't get it done where we put it up here to at least see if the market accepts it, this is on the downside too. You'll see the same thing, right? If you can't get price to go down in cash market, they'll do it in futures market. They'll get price where they want it. They want it down 100 points, and they'll like these fucking investors and traders won't do it, so we're gonna do it for them. So my thesis here is we get the 3-bar trade, 1, 2, and 3. Where do I see price in that 3-bar trade? It's definitely above this zone right here, this 418. And if it's accepted, we'll get that leg up either tomorrow or next week. There is a key point here, too. Consolidating. Is this distribution? Is it just consolidation? Series of higher lows. Burr rocket ship. And what are they trying to do? Trying to put us above is what they're trying to do, right? And they're trying to put us into a new range. So you've got this zone right here. They're trying to say price does not belong here, it belongs up here. Well, we're going to find out if we can get some acceptance up here. We're going to trade this zone up here. Now, do we get up there and hold it? I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I don't know if we can hold that. I don't think that we hold it. My take here, as you see where we are right here, is SPX. Almost a pinstrike up here, right, on that candle. They're trying to say that we're going to trade this above here. I think it's more get up here, see if it gets accepted, probably not gonna, and they're going to sell into us into next week. Whether that grind is up here to 430, I don't know. This is a reach up here, right? It's a pretty big reach. Is this our new trading zone up here? I don't know. I can't tell you right now. The only thing that I can commit to for you right now is we did a lot of consolidating down here. We're checking to see if the move is higher. Is the new trading area 420 to 430? We're gonna find out, right? The key point here is the key point here as well is, does it hold?
Treasuries extend slide, 5-year yield rises 10 basis
Like, do we
points.
get up here and start to consolidate, start making a move? This is a new trade here, right? Otherwise, it's sell the news here, right? So if we're not going to leave this zone, if this is where we're staying, your natural instinct is going to be to short this. Try to do all this shit down here. Close the gap down at 4,000. That's what the bears are telling you, right? Bears telling you that this is the top. I don't know if this is the top or not. Holy shit, I'm making money.
A bill is introduced to provide digital assets regulatory clarity.
Squeezing on the SPY right now. Woohoo! Holy fuck, I just made some money. I just bought I saw like 5 or 10 minutes ago, I bought a shit ton of 418s for 11 cents. $418s just went up 100% on that rip right there. Fuck. 10 cents. No, it went up I sold at 20. God damn, there's some money in this market. So you can join a consortium? Jesus, I gotta buy that again. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna buy some more. Hold on. All right, I got it set up. I fucking love calls. So my take here for the rest of the week is we went up and tested 418. Let's call it 418, 419, 420. We've tested it before. We've been consolidating here for some time, right? How many sessions has it been? 30? 26 sessions in this range. We found out that the move is to the downside. Getting a bull alert right now. Bull alert. Bull alert. We're going to find out, man. I know that. We're finding out right now. We're up here to find out if this can be held, if the move is higher. So if we break above 418 to 420 on the SPY specifically, we can get up there, right? And if it holds, the idea would be that we're going to trade 420 to 430. Let me say it to you again. The idea here is that we are going to be ranged trading 420 to 430. I know that can make some of you out there say, you're absolutely crazy. I know that I realize out there that there's only a few of us that have been saying it ad nauseum. Counter to 95% of FinTwit's opinion. We are at least going to go up there and check it out. If the size fits or not. Counter to everything you're being sold. We're at least going to check it out. Now, here's the deal. We get up there, we're like, woo, we're up at 420. Next target, 430. If it holds up there, what do? You can put your hedge on at 420, but if the market goes up to 430, you better fucking trade it up there, right? Like, all right, we'll take it up there together. Now, if you have a stop underneath 420, you've got a hedge on now. We're at 420. I've got a hedge on the market at 420. If the move is higher, we're going to trade it up to 430. We know, I know, you know, we all know that 430 is an instant short. It's like instant, boom, short the fuck out of it. I can't believe this is happening, by the way. You know, and you have a stop at 420. If we're at 420, let's say we trade above 420 and you've got a hedge on the market, you have a stop there, and then you trade it up to 430, 4,300, should be safe. If we sell 420, what did you do? I traded it up to 420. I put a hedge on the market and I have a stop below 420. So if we roll at 420, so be it. I'll trade it down with you. I can't believe this is happening. I got to be honest with you. Jared says, I had the best day of my year today. You know, so that's what you do. If we come up here and we double top or triple top 418, I'll fucking sell it down with you. No problem. If they're like, you shall not pass 420, no problem. Let's trade it down. Let's trade it down another 300 points. I'm with you. We'll do it every day together. But we're up here, right? We're up here at 418. Ooh, they're getting cheap again. 418's trading 14 cents right there. See if I can get some of these. Oh, dude, I'm looking at my bank account right now. I'm so fucking stoked. Oh. You know, so if we reject 420 and don't trade 420 to 430, we'll roll it down. Do you have to be like, I called the top? No. If this is the top, if 418 is the top or 420 is the top, you don't have to call that. You don't need to. You have to just be like, it's right here. You can see it. You know, the trade down from here is where? 410. There's another leg right here. 401.35. And what do you really want to see here, right? So let's just show this in SPX to make it simple. This is SPX right here, right? There's a daily chart on SPX. Let me delete all these drawings. Delete all this shit. Yeah, delete it all. We don't need this. Doesn't matter. Let's look at this right here. You want the big short? It's right fucking here, man. That's the moneymaker right there, right? Brr, straight down. Bam, straight down, right? That's the moneymaker. The white line, and here's the warning right here. There's the warning. You see the warning? Hold on a second here. Price is above the white line. Price is above the red. So you got what? You got the red line, the white line, and price, right? Price goes below the white line. Checkbox number 1. Price goes below the red line. Check mark number 2. White line crosses below the white line. Uh-oh. It's just warning you. One failed attempt, failure to close the gap, failure to get a new high. What is it telling you right there? This shit is doomed. Blast down. That's the money shot right there. That's the high probability money making trade right there. Let's look at it over here. What's price doing? It sure as shit isn't looking like it's bearish, does it? You got the red line, you got the white line, you got the price over the white line. That's bullish. What does a bear want to see? They want to see this fucking line right here. They want to see this line cross right here.
McHenry says there's nothing close to being done on the debt ceiling talks.
They want to see that right there. And they want to see these red bars down here. A capitulation fake out, right? Right here. Close the gap down here at 36. A failure to get a new high on the trade up. And then they want to come into FinTwit and say, we're getting a market crash. And there it is. That's the money trade. That's the money trade right there. Not this bullshit. Not this bullshit. Not this bullshit. That's the money trade. Now, if this happens now or in late June or October or December, I don't know when this happens. But I'll tell you what, if you see this pattern emerge and you see this failure at any point this year, get your ass on FinTwit and be like, we're crashing. Or we have risk of crashing. I mean, that's really what you need to happen. To be out there slinging market crash. Yeah, I agree, Jared. Jared says, people ask me all the time what I'm in, what looks good, like I have allegiances to something. I'm always like, I'm long, I'm short, indiscriminately, no emotion, day by day. I have so much fun trading here. Yeah, man. Exactly. So, like, if we trade it up to 420 and jump over it, let's fucking trade it to 430. If they want to roll it over and send it down to the depths of hell, we'll do that. Meanwhile, you've got people out there that are like, they're like all over Twitter, man, all the time. And they're like, this is the top. And that's the top. And this is the top. And that's the top. And this is the top. And this is going to happen. And this matters. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. None of that shit matters. Like, price matters. Price matters. They'll make a market for burning tires. I promise you. If there's ever like a nuclear war or something, they will make a market for that shit. They'll be trading burning tires. Come get your burning tires. You'll have some guy like Bill Ackman trying to sling tires. You'll have Elon Musk trying to sell his tires. You'll have like a Giga Bear. Price of tires is gonna crash. Paging Dr. Prison Stocks. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at them right now. 418s, right there, 13 cents. That was a nice little trade in here, wasn't it? That was a good trade right there. There's a lot of money in that trade. A whole ton of money in that trade. You know, meanwhile, these guys are out there, they're like calling the tops and shit. And I'm like, what do you care? Like, if you just traded the week, you'd make all that money in a week. You're sitting here trying to call tops and shit. Like, fucking crazy. Yeah, you get a Super Bowl every day. Jared King making a fair point. He says, this is why I continue to trade for days like today. It's my Super Bowl every single day. Can you imagine that, Jared? You're like sitting there waiting for your moment to say I called it. Like sitting at your house or something with Twitter open and you're like, I'm just going to go out there and tell them it's going to crash until it does. And I'm going to look like I'm the reigning champ of everything. But it didn't work this time. Doesn't matter. One day it will, and I'm going to be the reigning champ again. Are your long calls? I'm still, so I bought some at 11 cents, and I sold them for 20. We'll see if we can get another dip buy down here. We are breaking below currently. So the 1 in 5 minutes. So this one right here, right, is gone, right? You're now going to be looking for this 59 down here. Where is that? 59? Oh, I guess we kind of hit it, didn't we? This is gone now. So if we do make a leg lower, it should be down to the trigger. Let me look at this real quick. Give me a second here. We should trade down to 414.70. Watch this right here. 414.70. Sometimes we'll break through it. So this 414.70 right here. We will likely, so this is gone right now, okay? We've already hit this level. So we'll likely come down here and try to break through this maybe. I'm still interested in this right here. Let me take a look at that in the background and see what that number is right now. It's 410.29. It's gone down. Holy shit, it's gone down. 413.64. Give me a second here. 413.64 and 410.29. 413.64. Down here at the pivot now. This is your actually your red bar down here. Where your red and your yellow are now together. So let's get rid of that so you can see it. Price needs to be above. We have a bear cross right here, just a warning to you. On the 1 minute chart, we have a bear cross right here. See it? That's the implication that we go down here. On the 1 minute saying that. 5 minute hasn't shown it yet. You need price to be above. And this white line to be going up to take a long here. If price breaks 415.95, price target 414.70. If price breaks above 416.50, we'll get another squeeze. And we took out this pivot here, this R1. We went back and retested it. So if we do get above, so we tag that one, right? Your next target above is going to be back up here again to 419.16. Right now, price is bearish. Yeah, so like, do we go up? So my crystal ball, do I think we go up? I do. I think we go up to, I think in futures market, they're going to put us above 420 and see if it gets accepted or not.
Just looking
this is not to be unexpected here, right? See sellers come in, profit taking, come in above.
Up 0.17%.
That's all normal. We know we talked this morning about or having to be aware of where or why we trade to certain numbers, right? We know that there's probably 10 traders that draw that that expanding megaphone. You know that there's another 10 traders that are trading to Elliott Wave. You know there's other traders that are trading to VWAP. You know that other traders are trading DeMark sell signals. You name it. There's like people ascribe to these things.
So again, the NASDAQ 100. Apologies for the mic issues.
Do I think this will be accepted in cash market? Unlikely. Probably going to need to see it happen inside of an after hours pre-market. Now, if it doesn't, let's say we don't trade to 420 and you're like, hey, Cap, that was actually the top. What are we looking for trend to change? Normally, it's on an hourly chart. Is where you'll see trend change. Normally, right? Oh, yeah, baby. What was that right there? That's called a fucking bear trap right there. We went down into that close. We had a big old bear plane right there. What did Cappy say to you? Cappy said, did you monetize your puts into the bell?
So just do a quick microphone test.
Did you monetize your puts into the bell? Did you buy calls at the bell? Some of you did. Some of you took that put money and you ran. Made bank. Some of you didn't. And that's where we are. You want to see that, though. You want to see this cross right here. And what else do you want to see? You want to see that cross? For trend to change. You want to see that cross right there. And what else do you want to see? You know? I bet you guys know. You want to see price go below the trend, right? And trend to change, become bearish. And then, as always, you want to make sure that the trade is confirmed to the downside. Boom. That didn't happen, did it? Where was the money in this trade? There's money here. Take the money and run.
Doing a quick mic test.
There's money once the trade is confirmed to the downside. The break. Right there is where the money is, right there. Ooh, look at that. Nice new low. Nice new low. I didn't even see that. New low on the SPY, 415.55. Bear flag forming on the SPY. Or bear plane. On Z-SPY. See if we can get a confirmation that we're going to go down some more. Look for a recheck above on 416.31 and try to target that 1470 to the downside here. You might just tee off on 416 to the downside. Parking the bus, baby. Parking the bus on OPEC. So, I mean, what my take is on this market is we're likely going to trade 420 into end of the month. We're likely going to trade 430 in the end of the month. We're up here for a reason. If we don't ever see 420, if 418 was the top, that was your double top rejection. We did miss a tick up here. We failed to get above that 418.32. This is a lower high.
Still testing microphone.
If we're not able to get a new high above 418.32, you want to get bearish? I'm with you. We'll trade it down. We'll buy a bunch of puts.
So noting US yields climb as traders lift June Fed hike bets.
Damien's saying that stink bids are down at 415 and 414. Start closing below 415.72, no good. Can't get back above it. Bye-bye. That reversal candle at the top looks pretty gnarly. Looks like the end of other rallies, but too soon, of course, to call. Those puts were a good idea. Reversal possibly. I've observed this is where the market rides the 50 MA on the 20-minute but doesn't break it. Means more upside to come. Thanks, Damien. Appreciate that in the chat, brother.
So Treasury yields climb and stocks paired gains on speculation that the Federal Reserve will need to raise interest rates once more again as inflation, remains elevated.
Damn, Omar's saying that he was working and couldn't monetize his gains. Next day they were gone. Yeah, dude, I had somebody comment on my YouTube video. So in my YouTube video from that day, someone came in and like posted a comment. They said, My puts are up 670%. Ride or die or something like that. And then the next morning, my wife was like, oh, dude. She's like, honey. She's like, you made people lots of money. She goes, they're really happy. She goes, let me show you their comments. And she had snipped it. And so I looked at it and I go, oh, no. I was like, that guy's going to wake up this morning. He's fucked. And I was like, shit. I was like, he was making fun of me. He wasn't, or I don't know if he was making fun of me or happy or whatever. It didn't seem like it was
on the session. $1 continues.
Like, you know, like shitting on me or not, but
spot 7% up on the session.
So I went back. To look at the comments inside of the YouTube comment section. It was deleted. It was gone. If there was one of you that was watching out there, I don't want to see you lose 700%. That must have pissed you off. I'd be fucking angry, man, if that happened to me. I'd be furious. I would. Like you're like chasing the hole into the clothes, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, money's there, you're cranking, you're like, fuck this, I'm holding it tomorrow. We're gonna have a bloody bloodbath tomorrow. I'm gonna be up 6,000%. Whoever that was up 670%. And they deleted that comment, so I'm assuming they got wrecked. I don't want people to get wrecked like that. I don't wish that on anybody. Yeah, he had to stop, and it didn't. But didn't set up a limit order. Yeah, he didn't do the limit order. That sucks, Omar. I've been caught in that too, Omar. Too, like no limit order on the upside.
Some commentary as traders amped up wages on a June hike by about 40% after Fed's Logan did speak this morning and said the case for a pause next month is not clear. So bets have since rounded back down to around 32%.
Can you imagine like being up 670% and then you come back the next morning and you're, fuck me, man, that would be so, that's soul crushing. It is. I was in a trade once and I was in an Apple trade and it was big money. It was a lot of money. I don't trade like that anymore. No, dude, like this. It's like we're talking. Yes, I think yesterday we're talking about stupid shit you used to do. I think we were talking to Mr. Yen yesterday, and someone after Mr. Yen had left, someone had said, "What kind of stupid shit do you used to do?" And when did Mr. Yen break you of some of your stupid habits? You want to hear some of them?
P500 trading here. Traded well off of session highs. The gauge rallied earlier today after Speaker McCarthy said that he expects the House to consider a deal next week.
So, like, stupid shit I used to do. And, of course, someone posting a comment saying my puts are up 670% right now. Didn't close them. That's true. You know, like I was in an Apple trade and I was like, I think I was in it for, I don't know, $60,000-$70,000 or something like that. And I was up like 30-40% on the trade. It was an earnings trade. Like going up.
So some commentary as well from Catherine Simonetta, who's a Morgan Stanley private wealth manager, said the Fed is in a really tough spot, as they told a TV interview, that the big decision for them is in the timing, because once they announce that they're done raising rates, markets are just going to assume that they've succeeded, and it might not necessarily be the case. Inflation so far is proving to be sticky. So again, it's according to Morgan Stanley's private wealth management from Simonetta on a TV interview earlier.
Yeah, chart doesn't look good, right? Looking like a bloodbath's coming up. So I'm in this trade, and and I'm up like 30, 40%, and it's an earnings trade. And I'm like, dude, I should just take the money and run. It was a lot of money. I was making a lot of fucking money, and I'm like, how much do you need? You don't need to hit it big. I didn't take the trade off, and I woke up like the next day, and it was down. like down like I was like went to zero on profit, and then I was down like 30%, and I'm like, fuck. And so now I was tied into the trade, and you have to think, like, do I cut my losses here? Is the earnings trade over?
So the docket is clear now for the rest of the US session today. Just looking ahead to the APAC session, where we do get the release of the Japanese CPI numbers. That's at around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time today.
Big old bear flag forming up here, boys. See it? Not bear flag, but bear plane. Giant bear plane right here. So I'm in this trade, and I'm like, is the earnings? So I'm trading this for an earnings trade, like not actual earnings, just the run up into earnings. And I'm kind of like trapped in this trade. I'm like, what do I do? I'm like, do I just take the L? Do they grind me into the earnings? Is the earnings bad? Does it sell the news into earnings? What it like all these different thoughts and ideas going through my head. Or do I just this? And this is at the time I probably should have just closed and taken the L. My 2020 back vision. So if I was like a trader today, I would have taken the L. I would have had a stop limit on it. I would have taken profit, like 30, 40%. I should have been happy, walked away, been done. Good enough. And then when I was upside down, the trader I am today, I would have probably taken the L. So both things I would have done that I wouldn't do then. But I stayed in that trade. So I'm like, that's it. I'm going to stay in this trade for this Apple earnings. So I diamond handed. And they announced a stock split. It did really well. I made a lot of money. But I am not that trader today. I think that's the moral lesson, or I think that's the lesson. If I ran that trade 10, 20 times, probably would be a loser on 7 of them, 4 of them, 6 of them, like a big loser.
So apologies, just doing another quick microphone test.
Run the bear jams, baby. I gotta go take a leak real quick. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Keep your eyes on this red right here. And there's more liquidity below, baby. Right down there. Some more bear jams down there. Give me just 1 second. I gotta potty real quick.
bear in mind that Senator McHenry earlier said that there's nothing close to being done on the debt ceiling talks. Despite that, we have also heard comments from U.S. Senate Majority Leader Schumer, who says the debt limit negotiations are currently making progress.
All right, I'm back with you. So I went potty, and then I was talking to a couple of people off stream. So I want to talk to you guys about something here. We'll bring this up in the chat. Okay. So I want you to see. I want you to look right here, okay? This is support. I want you to know that. This is the market support. Okay? That is right here. This is the market support. Right down here. I want to point your attention to a couple things. It's a pretty decent example here. Traded up, came back down, and checked twice the hourly trigger. We ripped faces off to the upside. It's a key pivotal moment for the market support. The next time we came back down, we retested the hourly trigger. Price broke underneath the hourly trigger, and we ripped down to the downside, right? We have our first check here. We're coming into our second check right now. We're either going to bounce for a much bigger move up. Come on here. I think I'll move this maybe. Either going to bounce here for a much larger extension, get above that 420, or if we get underneath the hourly trigger, we have a target down below of 410, and likely more downside underneath there. You can see it right there. Target hit it over here, squeezed back up, the hourly rolls over. So bam, bam, and bam to the downside. See that? Bam, bam to the upside. So we're kind of coming into that zone right now. See it right here? It's at 414.76. So what can we extrapolate? From this? Currently, the hourly is overbought, right? Whenever at the top of hourly trend, it's kind of like sell the market, right? Comes back down, you buy the market, right? Right now, I'm like, can it continue to go up? Sure. We're going to look for a dip to buy down here. So this is kind of our area. Either here, down here, or even a quick rip down to go back up higher. So we're getting close to that zone of longing the market with stops underneath. So somewhere in here, you're going to expect dip buyers to show up for a move higher. Like buy a position, add to your position, add a little bit more to your position. If price breaks below say you buy the dip here, and you're like, oh shit, I got to buy the dip again. You buy the dip again, and you see this happen here with price. you know you're going to have stops somewhere in here, right? And switch to being a bear. So your stops are going to be right in here. You see what I'm saying here? For a multi-day trade to the upside or a multi-day trade to the downside. So I'm going to posit supports at 414.76. Trend to the upside. Lays on 414.76. In and around there. Smart money is down here trying to buy this for the next leg up. I will also become bearish if we trade below this and confirm the move is down. So we break below this hourly trigger. We likely will squeeze back up. And you want to see full rejection here, like you shall not pass. Your price targets on that, I'm going to give you 2 price targets on that. 410.70 and 403.63. We likely trade like 410.60, and then we will likely bounce and reject. We might even get the bounce. We might just start selling off 410 down to 403. But even if there is a bounce, I'm going to expect us, though, at that time to sell down to 403. But otherwise, chance to buy a dip down here. I'm also going to warn you of something else. When we're down here trying to buy a dip, oftentimes, I'll tell you in advance, this is the place where you buy the dip. And then we trade all the way up here, and this is where you're adding calls, here. This is where you put risk on. This is where you take risk off. Make sense? You put risk on when it's most dangerous with stops underneath. Make sense? You are exiting the trade when everybody is getting bullish. That make sense? You let them hold the bags up here. So we get bearish below 414.76. We buy dips, though, down here. We buy in dips. Below here, we sell rips. Down here, buy the rip. Below here, sell the rip. Take profit above. Rules.
I can hear myself. I'm joking. Look, people just heard me go, macro news or macro data?
Ready? Yeah, I took a pee and then I have to admit I cheated. I ate a slice of pizza. Like woofed down a cold slice of pizza. Career low is saying it actually looks like there's strong call supply at ES 4165 level I mentioned and 4190 above. So wondering if this might be an effective way to pin markets while adjusting positioning and or burning off zero dates. Daily trend is turning. Yeah, 417s were like 11 cents a few moments ago. These are the zero dates that are put on the market by market hedgers. They're now up to 24 cents. They were 11 cents at one point. Looks like Biggs came into the SPX at 4160 on the volume profile. Thanks for that heads up, Lookout. SPX 0-8 outside the money call buyer is starting to fill in right now. Nice bull flag here for the traditional chartists out there. We'll see if the sellers are still present. This is going to be your sell line right here. This is where we know the sellers came in here. We know the sellers came in right here. And we're going to find out right now if the sellers are here or not. $2:22 in the afternoon. Liquid lunches are now ending on Wall Street. A bill has been introduced to provide digital assets regulatory clarity. Senate Majority Leader Schumer, the Senate would act right after the House on the debt limit. Hold on, let me read some of this stuff to you. Oh, so Schumer says the debt limit negotiations are currently making progress. The Senate will go home for recess, but require to come back on a 24-hour notice to pass a House debt budget bill. The Senate would act right after the House on the debt limit. SPY squeezing now, trading above known sellers. SPY trading 416.66. Dip buyers stepping in on the SPY. uh 417's now trading 32 cents, 34 cents. These are zero dates that the institutions are holding. Man, easy trading. Can take the money here and look for squeeze up and a move higher here. Easy making money. Come on, stream and make some money with me. I'm like, do I take tomorrow off for OPEX? I'm like, do I take tomorrow off and just put the stream up maybe? Take a nice Friday. Go play some golf or something. Ooh, look at that right there. Ooh, yeah, doggy.
The Freedom Caucus calls for no more debt ceiling talks until the Senate acts.
Debt ceiling talks. No more debt ceiling talks until they act at this point. Oh, this was the Freedom Caucus. Who's the Freedom Caucus? I have no idea who they are.
The Senate must pass the House GOP debt limit package.
I don't know who the Freedom Caucus is. Oh, it's the Freedom Caucus. I'm assuming those are some part of the world's greatest stock traders. Bull cross right now on the yellow and white line.
$2.40 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas June futures at $2.59. And finally, NYMEX WTI crude June futures at $71.86 a barrel to settle. That's down 97 cents or 1.33% on the session.
The Freedom Caucus is also saying the Senate must pass House GOP debt limit package. So that is a nod from, I believe, Republicans saying from the House of Representatives saying that they will pass. Go up, you pile of shit. The Freedom Caucus. Looks like the GOP is on board. Could be wrong on that. I think those are GOP lawmakers from this House of Reps. Could be wrong with that, but if I'm wrong, you can correct me.
By TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Yeah, the alpha inside the chat has been outstanding. By the way. Yeah, what you're watching here is here, and here, buyers stepping in. We sell below here. Sell down here, buy up here. The SPY trading 416.76. How's the put call ratio right now? If I were to go on FinTwit 2 days ago, we were crashing. I don't know. So I'm assuming everybody's in puts. I'm assuming that's what everybody's in, right? That's what I was told. I was told market crash. Did we forget that market crash all of a sudden? Go on FinTwit right now and post, say, go on FinTwit and say, so when does the market crash? I was told there'd be a market crash this week. It's just been delayed, bro. It's coming. Trading 416.78. It crashed up. Do it. I know. I mean, I don't know what to say on that shit. Like, it sells subscriptions, doesn't it? I think the market is just putting the tip in now. Shit's about to get crazy. 417 C's. And they were 11 cents a little while ago. Then they were at 20 cents. Now they're at 40 cents.
Just taking note of the WTI close there, $71.86 a barrel.
So that's down 97 cents or 1.33% on the session.
It's a pretty good run right there, right, Winky? Go on up there and touch the pee-pee. I'm looking for a quick rip here. Trade back down. And try to attack all this bullshit up here. R1 right here. That's what I'm looking for. I also keep an eye on the price of an option, so I know where everybody's on. Like, I know that they bought them at 11 cents.
Brent crude futures settle at $75.86 a barrel. That's down $1.10 or 1.43% on the session.
They're up 300% right now. Do I deal with ticks? Yeah, I used to have to deal with them out in the West. I had to deal with them, man. But I don't deal with them here. My wife, I'll ask her. We have a company that comes and does our yard. I'll ask what they use. I'll find out what they use. But do I deal with ticks here? There's ticks here. Like the really bad places I've seen ticks, there's like New England's got really bad ticks. New New Mexico has a really bad tick problem too. You pulled 3 off this week. Yeah, spraying dished on. Yeah, they got ticks in Jersey, a lot of ticks. You know, I've always, my whole life, bear season's over. Yeah, you know what? I should get Foresight Finance. So, you know, like, I do want to say a few things to you guys, all right?
That the Fed will need to raise interest rates again as inflation remains elevated.
I'm not anti. Let me ask you guys in the people that are paying right now in the chat. Maybe you're out there and you're watching this stream right now and just not chatting in the chat, right? You're like, I'm not paying $5 to be in the chat. So there are a couple things here. There's a couple things here. So I'm not opposed to reopening the chat to non-monthly subscribers or members or followers. I'm not opposed to it. The idea is that, and I love our chat, believe it or not. Even like just being open, I love it being open. We tend to get, like, I don't know if it's just OPEX or when we're under, I don't know if it's high stress, OPEX, emotions running high, losing money, emotions running high, wanting to push a narrative, whatever it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know exactly. I don't know if it's like, maybe I piss somebody off. That's possible. I piss people off all the time. I say things that make people angry. I get that. I get it. I get that I'm an acquired taste. I understand that. And I open myself up to it, right? I'm streaming. I open myself up to people getting angry in the chat and stuff like that, or pushing counter alpha. There was like 2 or 3 things though that I was having an issue with. Or I'll explain them like more clearly today than just me pissed off the other day. Like, number one, this stream specifically is not a stock picking show, right? We're trying to launch a stock picking show on Saturdays. Like in that chat, you want to be talking about, hey, we should sell these tickers and buy these tickers, right? Different conversation. When we're doing this stream, it's a day trading stream, right? That's what we focus on here, basically. So, like, number one, I need the alpha in the chat to be accurate. I can't have it run over the conversation. I can't have like counter alpha run over the conversation. Can't have counter alpha poisoning traders. Theses and what's going to happen. And sometimes people come into the chat and they'll try to, push buttons, right? I'm going to come in and I'm going to push buttons in this stream, like rage post or whatever it is that people do. I get it. And we're growing as a channel too, right? People kind of know who we are, what we're doing over here, what you guys are doing over here. People know who Winky is. People know who like your wife's boyfriend. All you guys, people know who you are. So, I don't know. I don't mind reopening the chat up. Because, like, I like Foresight Finance is a great example. I fucking love that guy. I love him. He's awesome. We know that Foresight Finance is making jokes in the chat, and we understand that. So, like, he's fine. Like, I don't mind, like, joking around in the chat. I don't mind all that stuff. I don't mind Foresight Finance at all. I love him. The guy's awesome. So I don't want to lose him from our chat. So how do I find that balance, right, where it's like, maybe we open it up, try it open. Maybe after this month, we'll do 1 month on the subscription. Or I can refund you all your money or something like that. Or we leave it on. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. You let me know in the chat what you think. You paid. So if you want to keep it paid, I'm fine with that too. But there's like 2 things. And then there's a third thing, right? If you do want to come in and be like, yeah, fuck CaptainJimJames, you're going to pay me to do it, is my point, right? So you want to come in my stream and fuck with me? No problem. You're paying me. Fuck away. You know what I mean? There's like a part to that. There's another part of it where, because it's free, which I like that model, but for some reason, if you charge something, anything, $5, $1, doesn't matter. People put more, they weight it. They're like, this means something.
It's also keeping an eye on the metals down around.
It's valuable to somebody. People put value on stuff. I don't know why they do that. I don't know what the psychology of that is. It's kind of crazy. Hey, I pay this guy $1,000 a month, man. You know, there's like value in that. I don't know why why that psychology exists out there, but it's true. It's there. So I don't know how do we get? Do we just try to find these people and say, here, I'll get you in or something? I don't know what to do. I know. Now here's the other part of it too. This is the last part of it. Here's the last part of it. If you really do want to join us in chat, right now, you can go to, I think most of you have Amazon Prime. You can go to Amazon Prime and you can join up through Twitch there. Become a subscriber. You don't pay anything. It's $0 to you. Zero. And you're taking $5 from Bezos. He keeps $250, or I think Twitch keeps $250, and they give me $250. I think that's how it goes. And that takes 5 minutes. Just go over to Amazon Prime, subscribe on Twitch, and you watch me on Twitch. So there's like a workaround already in place. And what it does, having like a subscription, not subscription, but memberships on YouTube, is it weeds out that person, right? It weeds out the person that you don't want in the chat. They're not going to take the time to I'm going to go sign up on Twitch, Amazon Prime, give this asshole $250, and then I'm going to go bitch at him. They don't want to see me get $1. So just based on that, that will happen. So we're going to stay with this model right now, I think. But if you can come up with some solutions, any other solutions, I'm game for it. Yeah, David, that was a great trade right here, right? This was a beautiful, perfect trade right here, man. Take the money and run. So let me know in the chat what you think. Because I'll say something. If you are a subscriber through Prime, subscriber through Twitch, a subscriber through YouTube, I know you're serious. I know you're here to make money. I know you're here to win, up or down. And I'll be honest, the chat the past 2 days has been very good. I mean fucking alpha in the chat all day long. So I don't know what to say on that. I don't know what's. Oh wow, look at all that shit going on right now. Phone on 99 gifted a tier, and you guys don't want to see me angry in the chat, right? You don't want to see me on stream trying to focus, and I'm reading a chat with somebody that's like, we're gonna egg this motherfucker until he's losing his concentration. You guys need me to be in a good mood. You guys need me to be focused on where the market is going. You don't need some clown in here clowning on me so that I get angry. And, let's be honest. If you don't like what I do or what my stream is, there's a million other places that you can go watch other streams. You can go watch Options Millionaire. I think he's on during the day. I think Markets and Mayhem has a stream on, I think, right? Doesn't he have a stream on every day? Go hang out in his stream. Maybe you like that content better than my content. You don't have to like my content. So I don't know what to say on this subject. Yeah, I think you go to Prime Gaming and you subscribe to me on Twitch there. I don't know. Maybe Winky can describe the best way to do it. Subscribe to your favorite or whatever, your Twitch person on Prime Gaming, and then I don't know exactly how it's done. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Like, so that's my biggest thing is like, how do we like try, like, you're not going to stop people necessarily, right? If they go sign up on Twitch and then they're like, you suck CaptainJimJames or something on Twitch. Like, those people tend to come and go away if you ignore them too. But sometimes the alpha is so counter that it's like, man, like, it's just too much. Right on. No, you don't have to pay anything. You don't pay nothing. You just go, if you're a Prime member, you go to Prime Gaming, and you can just subscribe to CaptainJimJames, and then boom, you can now comment on Twitch. It's free. You know, and another point, and then to this point as well, like, I don't want to see Foresight Finance go away. David AMS, I just made him a moderator because I'm like, I got to get him in the stream to be able to chat. So I don't want to lose. We have great commenters in our chat. Like, it's literally like 9 of 10 people that are in our chat, maybe more, 19 of 20, maybe higher, are kick-ass. And there's like one bad apple. And you're like, fuck, man, this one motherfucker's going to ruin it for all these other cool people. Thanks for the instructions, Winky. Yeah. Am I going to buy a beer? Hell yeah, I am. Fuck yeah. We're going to have drinks here together. Fuck yeah. Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday, man. We're gonna have a drink tomorrow. We're gonna talk about H-Bomb tomorrow and a bunch of other people too that donate through PayPal. So some people just donate too. So I gotta find a way to, like, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta figure out we just had to tone it down this week. Like, this week specifically, a couple days ago, I was like, I'm going to flip this desk over in here right now. And I'm like, I can't do that. I can't be getting to that point in stream. I want to enjoy myself. I got I don't want to come to the stream and be like, oh, I'm not having a good time streaming. I want to be happy every day. Nice. Appreciate that, Text Trader. Text Trader just subscribed on Prime. Phone on 99 just gifted. That's another thing too. If you're on Twitch, not YouTube, people gift subscriptions over there all day long. Like Phone on 99 just gifted a sub to Hellahue, Sacred, X Hero, CP just got one gifted to him. X Cosmo got one. Gnome Boy got one. This is all from Phone on 99. Phone on 99 gifted a tier 1 sub to Hooked on Phonics, Enrique MRC, Jam Shed, Grape, GP, I don't know how to pronounce that, GPR Aber 22, Oracle 911, Maxi Muscle Prime just followed, Bull Bear Burst or Bust, Bull Bear Bust, I like that, has followed, Oxycontin just followed. 2 hours ago, Jasu XD followed. Andrea Littell became a member on YouTube. Thank you. Sunday Never Ends became a member on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. More thank yous. We got Fronin. I love this. What is it? Frontro Alpine subscribed on tier 1. And he followed on Twitch. Alexander Kovac resubscribed 3 months in a row.
Feel confident the debt agreement will occur.
Bebop MTL followed on Twitch. GTG. I'm trying to read the second name as I'm reading the. I'm like going into the second name, trying to see this stuff. GTG 520. Z followed on Twitch. Luis Rodriguez subscribed. Catzilla 1234 subscribed. Ella Wagner subscribed. So thanks to all of you out there for showing the support. Appreciate it. Thanks, Andrea. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining today. Thanks, Vast Finest. Appreciate it. Yeah, shoot me a DM. Yeah, didn't we look at CPRT already? Did we look at that this morning or no? Oh, we did, but I'll look at it again. Oh, yeah, baby. CPRT. Woo-hoo. CPRT, baby. Do you remember when we looked at CPRT? It was trading at what, like 50, 60 bucks? And what is it trading at now? 87.58. CPRT. Moonshot. Straight moonshots. Trading 87.60. It's getting toppy. It's getting there. It's getting toppy. CPRT. Almost time to take money. Take the money and run. It's almost there. It's almost that max bullishness right now. You're in your first bar of take the money and run. Thanks, Johnny Mogs. Appreciate it, brother. It's testing the fateful white line on SPY. Up here, that's the previous high up there, I think. Spoos trying to squeeze up now. Yeah. CPRT. It's starting to get toppy. It's almost there. So right now it's bullishness is at, so on the daily bullishness, it's at 63.27 plus 63.27. That's the time when you start taking the money off the table. You start taking the money and run. Above plus 50, it's time to start wrapping it up and looking for a pullback. And you're at 51.97 on hourly. It's like max bullishness. That's pretty much on the inverse of that. I'd be buying a dip on the SPY. Yeah, I can't trade the SPY. I'm genuinely here for the commentary from Cap, interesting chat from viewers, and just general market trends. Yeah, I agree. Should be in a crash right now. Shenanigans are afoot. Yeah. Yeah, having a trading partner too, right? You just have a trading partner with you. Whatever it is that you're trading, someone just out there talking the same shit you're talking about. Yeah, here you go, Binky. Amazon say it's in the forefront of AI. Here's your Amazon news, Winky. Binky was waiting for it this week to drop publicly. He got it. Trading 417.24, trying to squeeze higher now and attack the previous high at 418.06 on the SPY. I want you to know that this trend is likely going to just blast off here and go really high for like a day or two. We're getting a successful retest on the hourly trigger. I showed you a previous example of that also happening. And if we get the successful retest, we rip faces off. $417s trading 53 cents, 55 cents, up 400% right now. You do like the get up there. Get up there. Wash the cotton candy down with a blue raspberry cherry ice.
So just keeping an eye on the markets here, noting the dollar index with the dollar yen up around spot 7% on the session.
And noting the S&P 500 up around spot 4% on the session.
Oh, man. Chaz made a post on how to subscribe. Four 18s right now are 8 cents. Like, are these fucking things? Look at that. Look at that. They're breaking through right now. There's like no sellers there. No sellers there right now. Look at SPY, man. Oof. Yeah, so the Saturday stock. So what the idea behind the stock picking show is this. Well, this is the idea we're trying to do here. Trying to see. I've got talking to a guy in the background. I've asked a guy if he would be willing to give us a daily brief, written format. He's in stream right now. I don't know if he will. So that we can publish it to you guys, either through an email. So that we can publish it for you in the morning. Him and I, or I'm not going to say anything further than that. So you'll get like an email every morning that says, so I'll get the levels, I'll get what this guy says, and we'll email it to you. So you get your pivot points, you'll get a daily brief, what to expect on the day in the morning, like 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, something like that. Then you'll have a daily live stream with myself and possibly another person or two, someone else. And then you'll have a stock picking show on Saturdays. And I'm also trying to get someone to make nighttime videos.
He says that ministers of commerce and trade representatives of the US and China will meet next week in Washington.
So you'll have like a full package. The stock picking show on Saturdays, the idea would be that we talk about specific stocks during the week. And then we meet together on a Saturday in a live stream or a Sunday. It doesn't matter, Saturday or Sunday. And we review those same tickers. And we keep abreast of them as time passes. And then the second part of the stream would be for you to ask for a ticker to be charted that you're interested in selling or buying. And then what we'll do is we'll create an ETF that we track over time and see what the win percentage is on it. Now, these tickers that we're giving you, we are pre-selecting. I don't just pull them out of my ass. They have to meet specific criteria. So you're also going to get emailed a white paper that says, this is the criteria to sell. This is the criteria to buy. Why are we choosing these stocks? We're not just throwing darts at a board. They have to meet a bunch of specific criteria. So that you are able to grow a portfolio. Now, saying all this, this is not financial advice. I recommend still that you don't actually take these trades with real money. You can trade this stuff on a paper trading site or something. We're hoping to launch that at some point where we have paper trading for you to trade these stocks. So you can see the functionality of it, how it works. And then you should take it to your financial advisor and say, if you're like interested in the stuff that we're posting, take it to your financial advisor and say, hey, I'm interested in these selling these stocks or buying these stocks. What do you think? And let that person kind of give you the advice that you need. Not myself. You shouldn't be taking my advice on these picks. I should become a fucking financial advisor. Trading 417.32. Yeah, so Saturdays. So the idea here is that through the week we're picking these things, we're tracking them over time, we're setting up alerts on them so we know when to buy and sell, take profit, when to buy, when to sell, and we'll track them over a year, 3 years, and you can look back on Captain and say, is Captain a good stock picker or not? Is Winky a good stock picker or not? We already know that Winky and I are good stock pickers, right? There's people in the stream that have been following me for like years. Like years following me and my stock picks. They know already that we're good stock pickers. We have proven record that you can attest to. You can be like, yeah, you know what I mean? So show up on Saturdays. It should start in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to have a meeting this weekend with Binky. And with Winky and Binky, I believe we have a meeting set up for, I believe this weekend. I'm not positive when that meeting is. I saw some text messages, but I haven't read, like my texts are just blowing up, so find out exactly when that date is. But we're gonna launch this thing on Saturdays, man. It's gonna be fucking awesome. It's gonna be great. And I'll tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you something about those stock picks, dude. Like, you don't even have to day trade. You just watch that shit. It's badass. Like, it's badass. Like, it's not fucking around. I'll put that shit up against anybody's list. Anybody. Anybody. You find somebody on FinTwit, I'll fucking track that. You can track that portfolio against anybody out there, and I guarantee it's better. Anyone. Shouldn't say that, but it's true. And it's free. It's free. We're doing it for free, so there's no reason not to at least, like paper trade it, follow along with it, whatever you want to do. It's a blast. Yeah, pizza and beer. Nah, dude, I'll blow ChatGPT away. My picks blow that shit on FinTwit you see. My fucking stock picks make that shit look like fucking kindergarten. I'm serious. I shouldn't say that shit on stream, but it's real. Fuck no. ChatGPT can lick my balls. Think that shit's better than me. Get fucked. Not you. I don't think that you think that, but there's no fucking computer out there that's going to pick better than a human. The day that shit comes, we're all fucked. The day that shit's real, like when the day that they can, like in a they work they work great in like gaming and shit. Like like chess is defined. There are only so many moves and strategies. Yes, a computer does really great at that, but the variables in the stock market, ain't no fucking way. Not now. And the day that they can get that good, we are fucked in that day. But like learn language models, they don't have enough. They're not there yet. Is my point. They will be, but they're not right now. They can't interpret things, or they can't interpret things. They, how do I explain this better? Like stock picking is kind of a hard one to do. They're not yet. I don't know how to explain this. I'm trying to put it to words, and I'm finding it hard right now. Trying to make it easy to understand. I know. Siri's in the back. Alexa's over here, all pissed off at me. Okay, so it's Monday, or it's Sunday at noontime. Okay. Meetings at Sunday at noontime. Now trading up to the previous high at 417.64. Going way, 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 way back in time. I just reposted that shit on FinTwit that I posted this morning about it. Excuse me. Trading 417.76, squeezing higher right now. 417 C's trading 87 cents. 88 cents. 416s trading 29 cents. 800% face ripper on 417 C's. Like and subscribe these videos. Tell your friends about us. Go on FinTwit. Tell everybody. Stop following those sub-sellers and follow Captain Jim James. There's a donate button I'm putting inside of the stream right now if you want to support the stream. If you find this content useful. If I'm your friend, you're my friend, I'll tell you that. I hang out with you guys every day. I love you guys. Top of the world again. SPY trading 417.93. Dewey erase.
Keeping an eye on the S&P 500, erasing losses.
418.32, baby. Dewey, get up there and tag it. That's like Michael Jordan up there. Dane's subscribing with Prime, baby. Dan Lee supporting the channel. Woohoo! Look at that trade up there. Slapping it on the top. Perry Ann Cantaloupe used 100 bits. Go, Cappy, go, Cappy, go. Steve Lee, boom. Supporting the channel. Subscribing on YouTube. Woo! G Dad Gold in the house. The Ocho or Oko is in the house. Ride that pole up there. God damn. Free Money Thursday. Joe Donut gifting tier 1 subs all over the place. Joe Donut sprinkling the love everywhere. RP Blanchette, Dev Moxie, and Seist 2003. Generator X is out there spreading the love on Twitch right now, just dropping subscriptions for everybody. Woo! Burr, baby, burr. Spy with ice brain freeze. that blue raspberry and cherry icy. Row it, my man, brother. Making it rain out there. Joe Donut making it rain right now. Regenerator X, a.k.a. Row It, making it rain out there. Mars Maru followed on Twitch. Look at that beautiful trade right there, man. That was unreal. Woo! I'm not taking tomorrow off. What are you, crazy? So there's a couple new rules around here. I got the rig set up. So no matter what, the stream will always be up. But I'm not taking tomorrow off. I'm not taking tomorrow off. I'm going to be here with you tomorrow, too. Be here with you, well, as many days as I can be. I'll be here with you tomorrow. Woohoo! Okay, so I want you to remember something from earlier in the broadcast. What did I say to you earlier in the broadcast? I said, down here, you're going to find dip buyers, and they're going to be relentless to the upside. Right? I said, you want to be buying down here, and you want to be exiting up here. So you're putting the risk on. The trade goes up, and you don't want to be getting bullish here. We can continue up here, but you want to be bullish down here, putting on the risk. Make sense? We had the KISS, Winky. You have a chance, I wrote there. It's written down, Winky. This is called a KISS trade. Break above hourly trend. Come back and test it and rip some faces off. And we ain't probably not done here, I'll be honest with you. We're likely going to go to the fucking moon here. So, like straight moon. And if it isn't right now, it's likely tomorrow. Like, we're going to fucking moon this. I'm going to moon the fuck out of it. So, it's a high probability of that happening here.
So we're looking now to the early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 881 million to the buy side. Apologies, that's 881 million to the sell side there. So switch to the sell side here. So seeing in the meeting with bank CEOs, a statement from the Treasury says that Yellen discussed the urgent need for Congress to address the debt limit.
Yeah, I might throw a little bit more on. I want to be in the trade when we get up there, so I don't want to be flat. If we can go up there, I want to at least say I was in it. It's kind of a magical moment right now. Put it on the 1 minute here. Ooh, baby. Let's get some theater going here. The S&P 500. Can it go all the way? Can it go all the way? Tesla breaking out and ripping faces off. Went back and retested its hourly trigger at 9:30 a.m. and just began ripping faces off, going up to retest its previous highs at 176. It has a price target above of 185.49, baby. 184, 185.49. Can it get up there? SPY trading 417.96. Get up there. Go to your home. We know where it is. Go to your home.
Statement, US Treasury Secretary Yellen reaffirmed the strength of the US banking system.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
The greatest stock market in the entire world right here. The S&P 500. The top 500 companies in the U.S. Trading 417.97 right now. I love the S&P 500. I love you, Spoos. I love you. I'm falling in deep love with you. I'll always love you, Spoos. $3:36 in the afternoon. Monthly OPEX. Parking the bus, baby. Need more blow in New York City. Trading 417.
So looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, now sitting at 936 million to the sell side.
SPY trading 418.03. 418.04. Can it get past and go up there? Can it trade 418.32? 418.11. Squeeze up for daddy. Squeeze on up there for daddy, baby. Woo! 418.33. New high. To a tick. 1 penny higher on the SPY, baby. Woo! Oh, shit. I just made more money. I just took some more money off the table there. Thank you very much for more free money. Woo! Burr, baby, Burr, trading 418.41, R2 at 419.16. The SPY, baby. The SPY. S&P 500 trading 418.51, reaching above. Man. $418.56 right now. And you know what we got above it, right? Valhalla, baby. 422.41 to the upside on R3. Yeehaw! SPY trading 418.60 right now. $418.66 right now. $418.70 right now. Do we get $419.16? Trading $418.78, $418.86. $418.86 on the high at R2. Look at the fucking book map broke. Take the money and run up here. Look at book map. It's like, oh shit. What are we doing? Woo!
Now to the early market. Market on close imbalance still sitting at 936 million to the sell side.
418's trading 90 cents right now. 91 cents right now, reaching for the stars. 418.95. We haven't seen days like this in years. Look at that. 418.98. Woo! Woohoo! 419.14. Top of the key. Woohoo! Take the money and run. If we get above our, this is why we have pivots, right, bros? Oh, the old trusty R2 up there. The old trusty R2. What's the next stop? Oh, 422.41. The old trusty pivot points. Burr, baby, burr. Make it go burr. Every morning we post pivot points on @CaptainsAlpha. It's a closed sub. You can just follow and I'll let you in the morning. Every morning you can get these levels. Put them out there, I think, for what? Apple, SPY, Tesla, a whole bunch of shit. Every major index we put them out for. Look at that right there. SPY hanging dong. SPY hanging boobies. Whatever it is. I don't know if SPY is a male or a woman or whatever. One or the other. He's hanging something. The S&P 500. Thanks, Joe Donut. Thanks for supporting the stream, my brother. Bear genocide candle. Beautiful. Look at that trade. Look at that monster trade up there. Oh, man. Don't even look and see what 416s are trading right now. It's like a 3,000% trade right now. Woohoo, doggy. Don Pappy spreading the love on Twitch. Dropping diamonds everywhere. Thank you, Don Pappy, 36,000. So couple things, right? You got to make sure that you can withstand a trip to 420 or 430. That's number one. Number two, you don't change your trading composure, right? You look for tradable dip buying along the way. If it rolls, we know where it's going, right? Price right now is above the 6 EMA currently. Dude, look at that, just beast mode. Congratulations. Beast mode. Can't even see the price up there. We tagged it. Oh, dude, don't leave me behind.
Market on closing balance currently sitting at 2.8 billion to the buy side. Just wait for the final orders to come through before we call it.
419.28 right now. 10 minutes left in the session.
Market on closing balance for today's session, 2.8 billion to buy.
Trading 419.28 on the high. 10 more minutes. Buy.exe in effect right now in the last minutes of the session. Holy shit.
So taking a look into this market research then, so the front and belly of the treasury curve led losses on the day.
Dude, I'm long calls here too. I'm fucking scared as fuck right here. I'm so scared right now. All right, I'm out. I'm out at 46 cents. Shit, I should have stayed in. 48 cents right now. Oh my God. It's going to go all the way. Look at the SPY right now, ripping faces off in the market. Trading 419, 62, 66, 67 right now. Woo! Cranking right now. I don't even know. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if I should get back in for the last 5 seconds. Dude, 419's just traded 70 fucking cents. Holy shit.
So stocks added to gains after the latest updates on Washington's negotiations.
I can't believe this right now. Like, my mind is blown right here. Hold on a second here.
So earlier, US data saw June rate hike premium added.
Give me just a second here.
Schumer says the Senate will be prepared to return within 24 hours. Says US Senate Majority Leader Schumer saying the Senate will be prepared to return within 24 hours.
Woo-wee. You know they like nice round numbers, right? You know they love nice round numbers. They love nice round numbers, don't they? $3.56. 4 minutes left into the bell.
So seeing
They hit 4202.20 at 352 on SPX. Congratulations. We tagged 4202 on SPX at 1552 Eastern Standard Time. 3:52 in the afternoon. Beast mode to the top of the pile. The S&P 500, the SPY.
Representative McLean is to hold the May 24th hearing on San Francisco Fed and SVB.
That was a great day. Did you guys have a good day today? You guys all excited in here? We got Bebop in there saying, yeah, we actually have longer, right? We've got until 6 p.m. too, right? Even after the options trading.
Stocks.
We got the buy.exe after hour. Wink, wink, wink. We've got the spreads that need to get filled. Wink, wink, wink.
Treasury yields rose on the speculation the Federal Reserve will need to keep rates higher for longer as inflation remains elevated. So the S&P 500 headed towards a 9-month high.
Last minute of the market right now. Do we get and hold above 420? Everyone wants to know. Do we get above 420 and hold it?
And Senate Majority Leader Schumer making plans for votes in the coming days on a bipartisan deal to avert the U.S. default. So equities briefly paired gains after House Financial Services Chairman Patrick McHenry said the two sides are not close to being done.
There's the bell right there. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your S&P 500 monthly OPEX. Remember, I want you, if you're tuning in right now, I want you to remember what you read and watched out there the past 2-3 weeks. I want you to remember what you were told was going to happen out there. I remember. I don't forget that shit. Remember it. Moon time, baby. Unreal day today. Fortitude, patience. Never short a dull market. Gorgeous. Look at that after the bell. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Sorry, I was like exiting a bunch of positions. Unreal out there. Go back to your favorite Furu. Find the guys out there that said we were going to the depths of hell. The guys that were saying we had market crash.
Hi.
Turn off your subscription. Yeah, I don't think we should. Yeah, dude.
So taking a look at.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is real money. Like,
Bets on a June high.
people. I mean, I think that people lost their fucking asses. I think people go out there and they're like, I'm paying $100 or $500 for this shit. And then they re-say it on FinTwit and shit and fucking poisons everybody's mind. Hell yeah, the Ocho. Yeah, you're gonna take it day by day. Yeah, I don't think there's any problem taking it being flattened tomorrow. I think we got one more green day, believe it or not. I don't know what we pull back to get that green day. So we had 2 green days. This isn't even day 3 yet. So we'll see if there's a viable dip into tomorrow. If they're going to push it up overnight as possible too, that they push it up to see if we accept 420. They might not push it up though until tomorrow, right? You close a Friday, you get us above 420, and see if the market can at least accept it or not. If this is the top and you want to hedge here, we're at 420. You got 15 minutes left, right? You got 10 minutes left here to hedge, right? We're at 420.
This stream is sponsored by.
I told you 2 things over and over and over and over and over. Make sure your hedge can withstand a trip to 430. Make sure your hedge can withstand a trip to 420. Make sure to use a ratio spread. Your ratio spread. Told you that, right? Or blue in the face, blue in the face, blue in the face. Make sure if we make a trip up there that you trade up with the market with your hedge on so that you can pay for your trade, right? So if you're like, hey, I took a bearish position, if the market trades up, you trade up with it, even if you stay in that position, and that your hedge can withstand that trip higher to 420, that you're making money even if the market's going up. You've gotten white papers from me. Jedi Marcus dropped bangers out there for people. If the trade goes against you on the white line, you jump on it to the upside. We've got J-Pow tomorrow, Ben Bernanke tomorrow. We've got Vol with those guys. So if you guys want to put a hedge on, it's a perfect place, right? 420. Right on career low. Delete your subscriptions. I'm shit you not. Delete those fucking subscriptions. Get that shit out of your head. They're into selling subscriptions. That's what they do. I promise you. They sell subscriptions. They sell into your emotions. I'll see all of you tomorrow at 9:30. Let's have a beer. Maybe I'll order a pizza or something and have it delivered or something. We'll have beer and pizza together.